Hello. Hello. And hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the wild and wacky world of Fallout 76, where things tend to happen.
Oh, yes.
There we go. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Huh? I woke up, took a shower,
Oh,
did a couple things. Oh yeah. Go check it out. It looks like it looks like I received my monthly allowance of 1,650 atoms. So that's cool. I have to wait until the next sale comes up. Wait until the next sale flies on by. This is a sale. I mean, it's nice to have a legendary pickaxe skin. But you know what? There's a whole set of pickaxes. Bit of a waste. So I'll wait. I'll wait another day
oh,
to see what they have for me. I'll wait. Well, there was a Blackbird set, and the Blackbird and the matte black. Or the most important thing is that it locks in. It locks in so that you can't accidentally get rid of it if you like a weapon. So here we are. Early in the wee morning hours, entering a different dimension. I've been playing a lot of
oh, yes.
Doom Eternal and Jurassic World Evolution. Jurassic World Evolution, pretty good. I like those sort of games. Games like, let's say, SimCity, Civilization, Age of Empires, StarCraft. I know that these are different kinds of games, but they have something in common. You know, City Skylines, Roller Coaster Tycoon, anything where you're making, it's like an isometric top-down view where you are deciding. Where you are deciding where the buildings go, where pathing flows, where the units belong. You're controlling large amounts of people, and or you're not really concerned about the people as much. You're concerned more about the buildings that produce the people. Make sure that I have my tomahawks ready. I have no tomahawks. That's not cool. Yeah. Jurassic World Evolution is nice because I'm always doing something. back to back. Here, I have to move between point A and point B a lot, and there's a lot of loading times. You know, if you don't want to move between point A and point B, I fast travel. But then the fast traveling takes longer than walking sometimes. You're just sitting there. Lots of breaks in time. I'm just walking on through towards the train station over here. I don't like fast traveling as much. Sometimes, or quite often, the game crashes, you know. At a loading screen. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning and good day, Adrian, Sven, and Julie. Good morning. So on April 7th, 2020, of this, the first year of the apocalypse, comes Wastelanders. Right on time. Right on time, Bethesda. You almost think that Bethesda caused a plague because they have this game about the end of the world. I think Bethesda would do quite well this year. I think there might be some backlash, a tiny bit of backlash for Doom Eternal, because I can imagine someone complaining that already hates Bethesda. I can imagine that person saying Bethesda doesn't want its players to have fun. They want to take away these options and then sell it to you. Instead of giving players the ability to make their own maps with Snap Map, they're just going to release more content. That's more reason to make them provide more DLC. They just want our money, those bad people. Just like with Fallout 76, before you had the Flim Flam creative tools and the whole marketplace where you could see other people's stuff and get it. But now they took that away. Why are they doing this? What is up with Bethesda? You see, I can imagine the backlash. Because there's no Snap Map mode in Doom. But there will be, probably. And there's no arcade mode. But there's something else. I'm trying to figure out what that other thing is. Yeah. These are all pretty good weapons. Pretty good weapons. Two-shot auto grenade launcher. Assassin's wardroom. Anti-armor flim flam. Okay, I'll put these away. Peter, you're asking me, you said, since Fallout 76 is still alive, why do you think they aren't capable of fixing the game? They are capable of fixing the game. What do you mean? Why can't they fix the game? Because nothing will ever be completely fixed. It's all about what your notion of what fixed means. They're fixing stuff all the time. All the time.
Oh, yes.
All the time. What if there was a high school, like in the 80s, there's some movie where the kids are rioting saying, we want more parking spots, fix it. I want you to fix the parking solution. Fix it. So they put more parking spots, but now there's less trees and less grass, and the thing is all parking spots. That's not fixing it. That's another bug. Now they have to go fix the bug. Right? You fix something, it creates some other problem. Boop, 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 boop. And many of the bugs they're pushing out to be fixed with Wastelanders. So we should see some smooth stuff with Wastelanders. We should see some smooth garbage. The smoothest game this side of the railroad tracks, baby. I'm telling you. Doom never crashed. Doom never crashed. Jurassic World never crashed. They wanted to, but they didn't crash. This game crashes all the time. And that's the main problem. I mean, all the time when seen over 8 hours is often, you know, it's frustrating, but it's fine. When it's not crashing, it's a complicated, fine, wonderful game doing fine things. Fine. And hail, Gavin, Lee. They are capable of fixing it. It's gonna be fixed. Everything's gonna be fixed, okay? Everything. When World of Warcraft first came out, it was full of little bugs, and none of those bugs are here anymore. Now the game is just smooth. You might complain about the content or something, but it's not gonna have a little enemy vibrating in the wall, something floating and exploding off into space. Oh, what's up with that sword just breakdancing on the floor and then hitting the wall? That sort of stuff happens all the time in Skyrim. You'll walk around the corner, there's like a horse breakdancing on the ground and just exploding into the sky. You know, oh, that's interesting. And you expect that sort of thing happening. This is a complicated world with things going on. These are really good weapons. Why was I selling them? Third by value. All right. Yeah, it's gonna be wonderful. I'm just saying that Bethesda did a wonderful job with Doom Eternal. Game is darn awesome. I know it's not really Bethesda. It's like saying Disney did a good job with Star Wars or whatever. They paid for it. You know, they just paid for it. Come on. You have to give the director credit and the crew of the actual team that did it. Disney just gave them the check. You get it? All right, let's drop everything back off. Drop off this armor and proceed. Good morning, Dan. I just woke up. Doing wake up things. I went to go take a nap yesterday, but been a while since I heard this music. It was nice. Georgia Pacific, I think, started the plague because they are benefiting. They make toilet paper. Georgia Pacific makes toilet paper, people. And they're making some money right now. They're making some money right now. Whoever's profiting from this plague of 1,000 ages are the culprits of the plague. That's all I gotta say. Including me. It's my fault as well. You might even think it's primarily my fault. But you cannot explain why. As long as we can keep it that way. It's not really my fault. I know it's my fault, and I apologize for the plague. Yep. Yep. Good old scorched plague. Hi, welcome to Big Al's Tattoo Parlor. Hail. You there. Ah! Hi.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
It was you.
Checks in the mail.
I saw you. I don't care how invisible you are. That's right. Killing zombies. Leave me alone. Oh boy. Going for this thing out here. This game does look pretty good. I don't know. Pretty good looking. Been playing a lot of games recently. Many games. Oh, Dan, you did the Nukashine quest with Biv, the alcoholic. The alcoholic. Speaking of that, I have to go back down to my camp and process some goods. Yeah, my camp is turned off right now. You could tell because the symbol's just a simple camp without the cog around it to indicate that it's an open store because it's being attacked. And I have no tomahawk, so we have to fix that problem. I have woodchucker on. Repairing all. There it is. Camp is back online. See, that's the symbol I'm talking about, that word. Oh, it's a cap symbol, obviously. Golly. I need tomahawks. I'll make as many as possible. Then I'll move on. Do many a thing. Hail. Please peruse my wares and spend your money. Hey Lee, hey Lee, if you want off from work, all you have to do is call your boss on the phone and ask a routine question about anything. About anything. Preferably a nice question involving, would you like me to handle your food for a second? But say it with congestion. Okay, so I want you to go into the bathroom and take a cup of water, and when no one's looking, inhale the water through your nose really quick. Okay? And then come back out the bathroom. Okay? And when you come back, hi there, I'm going to the store. Anybody want anything? You'll be sent home. Full pay. Inhale water through your nose. It's a sacrifice. You can't fake having a stuffy nose. You have to, like, just take a little slurp. It'll work. Call your boss. Don't say, I'm sick. That's stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Say, hey, about those draft forms. Sorry, 1 second. About those draft forms. Do you want the A5 font or the C12? They'll say, are you okay? No, I'm fine. I just, you know, That time of the year, I think this is allergies or something. And they'll say, well, seeing as this phone call was recorded, I have to legally send you home. Otherwise, if you kill everybody in the building with your illness, it's my fault. And I'll go to jail. I'll go to jail. So they have to send you home with full pay. With that government check. They'll give you that government extra check, you know? Because they got paid. Did anybody on your work site complain about illnesses? No. Anybody have any signs of extreme illness? Yes. Some guy called the phone asking about donuts and stuff. He sounded all stuffy and hacking. Gotta send him home with full pay. Oh. Okay. Well, if your wife is the boss, you said. Different scenario. Okay, the store is open. Door is open, come on down. Okay. Let's go up and over. I need more tomahawks, so I have to do a couple things here and there. I'll get some wood for a second. This is the resource stockpiling session, isn't it? No, Jackson, I've never done that in the army. I've never malingered. I'm not a malingerer. Do you know what malingering is?
Confederate soldiers never marched on Cricket's fort, but it's fun to imagine.
Hey, Cortana. Define malinger.
Malinger means exaggerate or feign illness in order to escape duty or work.
Boom! Hashtag malinger. You learned a word today, people. You learned a new word today. Malinger. That's like a term they accuse you of if they think that you're faking your illness. You some sort of malingerer? Huh? You don't take to the malingering kind around these parts. Around these parts. This is my favorite wood location on the map. Prickett's Fort, and then a couple other spots that you'll see. I was picking up a big load of wood, you know, so I can make a ton of tomahawkies, the .com variety. It was funny. The Jurassic World game that I've been streaming recently, that game has a bunch of base building, you know? With power connections and all that garbage. And in some views, it's very similar to the concept of base building in Fallout 76. So, as I'm flying around the map, I find myself trying to hold the V button, Victor button, to enter edit mode. And I find myself trying to press spacebar whenever it's time to connect a wire.
Oh, yes.
Weird, man. Some buttons are similar, like tab is there. Some buttons are different. So that was a bunch of wood. Let's go get some more wood. In just a moment. Oh, poor Grafton Monster. I think he's a fungal mass, a slime mold that has become humanified. This is my second favorite wood spot. Are you paying attention, mortals? I want her in my wigwam. She's just the way I wanna be. Boom, diada, boom, boom, diada, yeah. Wood.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Atom bomb, baby, little atom bomb. I, her, my. She's just the way I want to be. Yeah. Boom, diada. I can't listen to that music anymore because of copyright. I'm just here showing you the wood, y'all. Oh my goodness gracious. Atom bomb, baby, little atom bomb. I want her in my wigwam, baby. Yeah. Okay. 85 billion times hotter than the surface of the Blarn. Help! I love the flare gun. Have to drop off my goods and move on to the next location. And of course, the entire Toxic Valley is wonderful for wood, but by the end of it, I'll have, let's say 3,000 wood. From 0 to 3,000. Alright. Take these Birken Blarns down to Helvetia Town. Oh, yeah! Yeah, so the Doom gameplay is like a super duper hyper version of Fallout 76. It's made by the same people, and you have this thing called the glory kill, where if you shoot the enemy enough, they'll start to stagger and they'll glow blue. You hit a button, you'll fly over and you'll rip their jaw open and smash their head into their chest cavity, rip open their chest and pull out their heart and feed it to them. That sort of thing. You know what I mean? Break their arm with open fracture and stab them 5 times in the chest with their own broken arm. You know what I mean? Cut them down the middle with the axe. Rip, tear, throw, right? But that's basically a VAT skill. It's basically a VAT skill. And it works the same way. You're here and you go zip. It works the same method, the same way. You're running around and you go zip, zip. You almost teleport. It's the same thing. It's awesome. But you could double jump and you could double dash. And you have a grappling hook that you can pull on the enemies. So it's like a super duper crazy. And the graphics are awesome. It's made by the same people. But this is Helvetia Town, home of jolly old Hoshnacht. Couple beer bottles here, couple cans. Bottles and cans, just clap your hands. Where it's at. Okay. And in Doom Eternal, you don't aim down your sights. There is no going from hip fire to aiming down the sights. ADS, or whatever it's called. It's just primary and secondary. Sometimes a secondary fire involves a scope, or some sort of enhanced scopey thing. It's all high-speed hip firing. That kind of throws me off a little bit. You know what I mean? Good old Helvetia Town. You can sell that clothing for a little bit of money. But there's wood right over here. And this right here is the honey house. The honey house. There's some salt and pepper over here. Pepper. Spices. Salt. There's honey right here.
Greetings, new follower. Hail, 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 and hail.
And honey over here. Spices, or sugar, I should say. And there's more garbage over yonder. Yeah. Yeah. There's some stuff in here for a moment. Spices. There's guess someone. Oh, there it is. Pepper. Oh. Spices. There's acid right there on the table and the Abraxo cleaner. Spices. Now we'll go. I'm over encumbered, so I have to walk down the street here. Salt. Gotta walk down the street. This is a real town, you know. Helvetia. Settled by German and Swiss immigrants in 1869, you see. Many of the settlers were professionals and craftsmen. Among them were musicians, cheesemakers, stonemasons, doctors, and teachers, you see. Additional groups from Switzerland and other parts of the United States increased the total population to 308 by 1875. Where they bring traditions of the old world, like burning pyres, the big old Y, to their pagan gods, in the moonlight, cackling, covered in honey. Oh! Jet black eyes, crooked spines, chittering in the darkness, bushes, climbing on the rooftops, bringing their old ways. Whoa, their old ways. There's something right over here, a Nuka-Cola. Over encumbered. There's a workbench right behind me. About to stop there for a moment. About to stop there just for a moment. And then move on to the next spot. To the next spot.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Alright, moving on. Those are my main wood locations. You can go to other spots, of course, but that's only if you're in that area. like the lumber mill over there. You can build your camp there if you want. Get some wood. You could get wood from the Dolly Sods campground. There's 3 wood resources there. There is a bunch of wood out here by the Ranger District office. All this beaver wood on the ground everywhere as you're running around, all throughout the Cranberry Bog. But really, the Toxic Valley is where it's at. So I'm going there now. Because whenever I have a mission to go speak with the Huntsmaster of the Black Bear Lodge, I multitask. And in that, I get wood in the form of bleached dogwood on the trees. It's everywhere around me. Popping out a couple things. There we go. Alright. So I'll be starting here and going up and around, collecting some dogwood off the trees, while I complete the mission that this guy decrees. Sort of. I'll be getting the wood first and then talking to him and getting more wood. By the end of it, I'll have like 3,000 wood or something like that. Maybe more. Alright. Going up and around. Like I said, there's wood everywhere. Right over here. Right over here. Lychee, Mac, Dogwoody. It's 12 wood each time, because each of those bleached dogwood are worth 3 each. And I'm getting 4 because of Green Thumb. I get twice as much. That bark right there counts as as flora, like I'm picking a flower. Like this right here, I'm getting 2 instead of just 1. Yeah. Yeah. So, do y'all know who Terrence Howard is? Terrence Howard was the actor that was in Hustle and Flow. You know, it's hard out here for a flimp. You know? You're trying to make the money for the rent. That guy. He's also in the Empire show. The show starring Jussie Smollett. Juicy Smollett. That guy. Juicy. It's Juss. I don't know how to say it. I think it's Juicy. I don't know. But Terrence. Heard about him. I heard all about him. I heard about some interview he gave where he was saying all kinds of weird stuff. Apparently. As they were saying. He's saying weird stuff. He's saying weird stuff. It was an interview for some show or some movie, and they said, "Hey, Terrence, we heard rumors about you quitting the show Empire after this season." Yes, it's true. What I'm doing is I'm starting up. Like he said, he has unlocked the flower of life, and that he knows of a way to change the world with new technology. Because he's solved the math of Pythagoras from the beginning of time. He's been doing this ever since he was 6 years old. Acting has only been a thing he's been doing. He said, Jesus walked on water, and I was acting. It's just something that came naturally to me or in him. But this is what I'm really about. I want to teach this new thing. So, I thought it was fake. I looked it up, and she was giving another interview where he's breaking down the thing. He's talking about the flower of life and about all kinds of crazy stuff, I'm telling you. And he had little models. He had models and like a thing. He wants to make this light catcher thing that goes on top of rooftops that uses piezoelectric.
Greetings, new follower.
So
Hail,
piezoelectric
hail, and
light,
hail.
platonic, and some other garbage. And it's like rotating and spinning and stuff. He has like, models and 3D graphics. Like he's been working on it for a long time. Like it's real. Like it's real. And then I saw he went down to Harvard, I think. Harvard or Oxford or one of those weird places where you go to school. Those schooling places, you know? The houses of education, as they say. The halls. And he's there giving a speech. And the description is, Terrence Howard, star of this movie and that movie, and this show and that show, gives a speech to young students. Like, these are a bunch of acting students at this school, and he's giving a speech. He's giving a speech, you see. But it's really him giving a presentation about how he's a genius. It's him giving a genius presentation to a bunch of Harvard students that are there to listen to this actor talk about acting. And the first question that they asked when it was question and answer time was, how do you make it into the music industry? Watch. The Learning House. The halls of education. Watch this. I'll play a second of it. Okay, it's just awesome. Just a second. Here it is. Watch.
Shut up! Shut up!
I don't need a stupid ad for your garbage. Watch. It's awesome. Watch.
And trying to figure out what the universe really, how it really worked. And we've come to find that the universe, they are abandoning the standard model, the ideas of black holes and dark matter.
Look, it's Hustle and Flow guy. He's talking at Oxford about acting. The description says he's an American actor and singer, blah, 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 blah. He currently stars, blah, 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 blah. Look.
This or any of that stuff. You know me, I sit there and I try and look for what resonates with the character. Ooh,
Oh, someone asked a question.
Well, I found that there is something in the void. The elementary fundamental particles that they've been searching for at the CERN collider, the Hadron Collider in CERN, I found that their energy signatures matched perfectly to some of the pieces that I was able to pull out of here. So I'm gonna bring some of those now. Do I have a minute? Am I good?
He keeps asking, do you mind if I keep going? Am I good? And like, a bunch of people like, what the heck is this? These are a bunch of acting students. And he's like breaking down his theory of unified fields.
I'm gonna get you something.
What?
To tap into something very ugly in our human nature sometimes. And as an actor, sometimes I tap into beautiful things. But like with Lucius, and the character I play with Lucius, his life is filled with turmoil. So 90% of the day I'm walking around carrying his turmoil. You are. Wondering how the universe really came to be. And I fell in love with this thing called the flower of life. You guys know Da Vinci? Do you know what he spent most of his life trying to figure out? Who in here knows the flower of life? Couple? I'm gonna get you something. Because I want you guys to know.
Should we hold it?
Huh?
Should we hold it? Okay.
No, I'm gonna hold it up.
So, like, he basically says he's better than Da Vinci and all these other people because he's figured out this thing when he was 6 years old. He was like a prodigy, and the acting was just like a thing in between. And that, you know, he might be method acting.
I want you guys to know about a 6,000-year-old secret. 6,000 years.
He might be method acting.
Mankind has been trying to decipher
This guy.
this one little thing called the flower of life. Now, do you know the flower of life? Have you guys ever seen this before? Now you know.
I don't think it's a joke.
This is one of the oldest symbols in
I don't think it's a
human
joke.
history, right?
Because he's like.
Or do you not know? This symbol was found in the Temple of Osiris.
I'll let you listen to it while we play.
In Egypt, and it had been molecularly burned into the wall, and it's 6,000 years old. This same symbol has been found in the forbidden temples in China, sitting under the fufu dogs, and the foot on it, the flower of life, saying whoever controlled that flower of life controlled the universe. There were secrets in that flower of life that Da Vinci spent his whole life trying to uncover. There were secrets in that flower of life that Newton spent his whole life in secret trying to uncover. The same secrets that Pythagoras was desperately trying to uncover. But their problem was they kept seeing this in a two-dimensional space. They couldn't get it out of this two-dimensional frame, and as a result, they got stuck in this plane, a flat plane. Now, what Da Vinci and all of them wanted to do, they were trying to find a way to bring this flower to life because what is inside of it? Well, apparently, there were secrets inside of it. Shapes, they got the Merkaba and all of those other things out of it. But they were misled by something I think called a straight line. You guys believe in straight lines? You believe there's straight lines in the universe? Well, let me hit you with something. All energy in the universe is expressed in what? It's in motion. If something is still, there's no energy. Kinetic, right? All motion is expressed in what? You look at galaxies, are they expressed in straight lines? Expressed in vortices. All vortices are expressed in what? Waves. All waves are curved. Show me a straight line in nature. You show me where the platonic solids come from. Where do they have their foundations in our universe? Are there any straight lines? If you look at anything, there are no straight lines. That's been the mistake. We've been looking at these straight lines, this Euclidean way of thinking, and missing the curvature of nature. So here we are, back with the curvature of nature, and you have all these little pieces. Now, this has always been an information system. So compare some of these points. Take a point here and say, well, what's the space in between all of these things? Now, they've said that all the in-between spaces, if this is the Earth and this is the moon right here, all this in-between space is filled with what? A void. There's nothing in the void. Well, I found that there is something in the void. The elementary fundamental particles that they've been searching for at the CERN collider, the Hadron Collider in CERN, I found that their energy signatures matched perfectly to some of the pieces that I was able to pull out of here. So I'm gonna bring
I don't think he's joking.
Am I good?
I think he's feeling like he finally gets a chance to talk to people
now,
that
all of this
might
was supposed to
understand
be
what
on a projector for you guys.
Like, I think this is like, he thinks this is his chance to finally show the world what he's been working on his whole life. And get these smart people together and fool them at Oxford. We're talking about acting for 3 seconds and go right into my, you know, when I was an actor, you know, with these characters, they just go into this crazy, not crazy, he's a good man. This is the brave thing he's doing. This is the brave. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't have that.
Look at him.
So what I do have is a bit of a Chanel bag, or an old Chanel bag. a box, as it were. And we're going to talk about a couple of items in here that are so hard to even express here. Afterwards, y'all going to have to just take a look at these. My God, I won't have the time to do it. I couldn't show you, but I am going to show you.
He has the physical models.
I didn't come here not to show you.
You came here to show them.
Now, whether you guys are able to...
Show them your works, your whole life. Show them your fine works.
Express, understand...
Can you understand what he's worked on?
Some of these things.
Can you understand his works?
Good confused. What I've done is I've figured out about 7 different elementary particles, fundamental particles.
He's like
and then
Tony
there
Stark.
were secondary generational particles that
he made second
seem to
generation particles that occur when
build
these things
up
begin to build up more and more.
They begin to create their own
They begin to create their own systems.
And these systems is what I brought to Oxford.
Understand?
Because I would like for you guys
Don't you
to
get it, everybody?
examine them. Put them to test.
Test
Because
his
I bet you
works.
will find all the fundamental particles that we've been looking for in the unified theory of the universe.
Unified field theory.
It's a big statement.
It's a big
But
statement.
I've got a lot of stuff to back it up
It's a big statement.
if I'm given the opportunity
If I'm
to
given
do
the
so.
opportunity.
But the flower of life has been opened, and when we get an opportunity, I'd love to show you some of these things. Can I go on?
Yep, you good?
I can't, without being able to show the pieces, it's a whole different monster. But all of these wave conjugations,
getting wood
all
right
of these
now,
states
so.
of matter, all of these things,
We're multitasking.
time, it's time for that to be changed.
We're multitasking right now.
We have changed all of our buildings to be aerodynamic. Our airplanes are no longer based on a two-dimensional Euclidean way of life, but our math is still based on a two-dimensional way. And I think in order for us to reach the future, we have to examine that. Do you guys know about loops in math? Do you believe in loops? Do you know the square root of 2? Do you think that's a loop? Do you believe that the square root of 2 is the square root of 2? Yes or no? Hands up? No? Hello? Oh. I want y'all to take out your phone for a minute then. We're going to do one thing. Everybody got a phone? Put it on the calculator and turn it to the side so you can get all the long numbers out of it. Okay? Now I want you to put in 2 and square root it. 2, hit the square root. You'll get 1.414213562373095 ... right? Now I want you guys to do me a favor.
Behold his genius.
It'll see right over there, it'll be x to the 3. Can y'all do it?
Behold.
You cubed it? It'll see 2.8284271.
Look at him go.
2174 6190.
He's like Matt Damon over here.
Now that makes sense. I want you guys to do me a favor. Divide it by 2.
Look at him go.
Get that number? Cube it again. Divide it by 2. Cube it again. And I want you to do that until the end of your lives. And that number will still come up with 2.8284271 2174 6190. Any other number that you, above 2, that you put in and you cube and you square, cube and square and divide by 2, by the 6th operation, it has moved into an exponential number that you can't even imagine. Any number below 2 that you do that same operation with, it will go into an exponentially small matter and number. This is what we call a loop.
You rather this guy have
It is
a Boston
illogical,
accent?
it doesn't make sense, and it does not make...
He wants to change the world. You can appreciate him redefining the structure of math. He wants to change the shape of buildings. So, I did more inspecting. After I heard, that sounds like, well, either way, it sounds like he actually believes what he's talking about. He might just be whatever, but I don't think he's faking it. Okay? I don't think he's faking it. I went down to he has a website. Okay? He has a website. Okay? He has a website, people. I'll show it to you in a second. But he has a 3D model Well. Here's the thing. With an open mind, he's not really making up anything. You're saying what he was saying doesn't really make sense. Well, you point out the thing that didn't make sense. You could say he's drawing significance to things that don't really matter, and you don't know what his conclusion is. You could say, imagine this: balloons are smooth, right? Right? You blow them up, and they get larger, right? Okay, now picture this: find me a square balloon. Can't do it, can you? Exactly. Okay, what's your point? Because you can't say that didn't make sense. But you can say that, well, what's your point? He just don't know what his point is. He was saying that he was studying this design called the Flower of Life that's found on the ceiling of the temples in Egypt, right? And it's found. Y'all just, you're thinking. When he mentioned the foo-foo dog, he said that there's a dog in the statue and its paw is on a ball and there's a pattern on the ball. It's a pattern. The Flower of Life is a pattern, okay? It's a pattern. He's not talking about a plant. He's talking about a design. He showed the design. Y'all went into La La Land with your jokes and your brainwashy zombie senses. You went into joke land and you started to believe what you said. You believed what you said, okay? It's a design. And apparently he said that when he was 6 years old, for some reason, he started to analyze this pattern. And from that, his end result is he had this model in his hand, and he made some sort of way to harness energy using math, science, his own version of garbage. And he's trying to say that he's a genius or something. That he found the way to bring everything together in some manner. He's trying to introduce. Oh, he also wants to say that gravity isn't a cause; it's an effect. He wants to reintroduce the notions of gravity and the notions of math in general to make it non-Euclidean, and to create a new method for harnessing energy.
Greetings, new follower.
And that's on his website.
Hail, hail, and hail.
That's all. You just don't know what he's talking about. That's the problem. Here you go. This is his website. See this thing? Isn't that? Got all kinds of models, gravity and everything. See this stuff? You know what I mean? Waveforms, periodic vortices, limb flams, Flower Life. You see? What it's really about is that these people are rich and they have a lot of spare time. Okay? That's what it's really about. It's not about like drugs or something. It's that if you're rich and all you do is go on vacation to other countries and maybe you had some weird in the desert peyote moment, you know? Who knows? But it doesn't negate the information. That's just childish. Doesn't matter. The source of the flim flam. Ooh. But yeah, these people are rich, and what do you do when you're not working on a movie or something, and you're showering in your money? You go to some island or something, and you go write a book. You go. Everybody else is consumed with whatever hard labor they got to do. You go back to your mind and you go pick up your pickaxe, and then you make fun of the artistic people because they're free to do things or whatever. You end up, thinking about garbage. Especially if you're in a movie. I think actors are a little bit different than normal people because they have to become a character for a while. So when you become a character, you end up studying something about some alternate reality. If you have to become a character, you end up sort of seeing through that character's eyes for a bit. But he said that he's been doing this since 6 years old, Either way, he probably had a couple movies here and there that had him in that angle. He was the first War Machine before they removed him. Yes, they have huge egos, and they're already treated like demigods on Earth in modern era. So, from a religious standpoint, they could view themselves as being blessed because people are clapping as they walk by. They're walking by, people are clapping and waving and throwing things at them. Here, have food and riches. You're rich. Here, have more money. I mean, well, I understand. For a long time, I thought that I had a unified field theory, and I thought that I just needed to work on it a bit more. I really did think that I had a vague solution to how everything works, but I felt like I just needed to work on it a bit more to understand how it all worked a bit more before anything. And I didn't want to go to school. I didn't want someone to accuse me of adopting somebody else's ideas. I figure there's probably somebody else that thought of similar things. I wanted to be pure, kind of like how I am here. I was like that for a very long time. So I wrote down a bunch of stuff in the past. My universal system model, talking about how information naturally expresses over time, how new information can come from, how you can get something new from a chaotic environment. Whoop. How you can get something new. Where the new things come from. Where does new information come from? That whole thing. And I felt like if you really worked on that, the end result would be you would create some sort of system where the universe would unwind itself. So I understand what this guy is saying to a degree, because he has his chance to finally show a bunch of people at Oxford and to inspect his things. And he was like, if you look carefully, you'll see. He's been really... I have lots of empathy for the guy in that moment, because he's probably freaking out. This is his big moment. He's getting his little props ready. He's sweating bullets, and big moment. People are laughing at him. They're laughing at him. Yeah, I don't know. I want to ride to the ridge where the phlegm commences. You see? This is my old website from a long time ago. It was really 2008, but then I republished it. You see? The default state of existence within a body of information is the absence of binding or constraining elements. This talks about how the universe works a little bit. You see? A rough analysis of how information works. See? But I wrote it a long time ago. I should probably go back over it. And I was trying to understand human emotions. You see? But using the universal system model in a reference. Okay? It's all about your emotions help guide you towards systems that further correlate with your current overall format. And the goal of all systems is to replicate by merging with similar and moving away from dissimilar. And with that, you get the whole universe. Merge with similar, get away from the dissimilar, and it's done. Everything just percolates. I understand. He's been working on that thing for a while. Blah, blah, blah. Everything was, at first I thought it was a joke, but then I saw that it wasn't just him making up some stuff for some random interview. It's one thing where a person just starts saying some wacky stuff, but then they start pulling up all kinds of diagrams and everything. It starts to change a bit. Yes. So if Jim Carrey's given many wacky speeches before because he's also vaguely enlightened. It's what actors do. I'm sure Angelina Jolie is enlightened. You've seen how she looks. She's a big weirdo vampire person living in a castle with 85 kids from different countries with mohawks. She's a weird vampire person, and she wears little red strings around her wrist, so she's, you know, she's all up in the esoteric flimflams. But she knows. She's enlightened. Because that's what they do. What do you think they do when they're not working? They go off into the mountains, dance around a fire. You know? Or whatever. Whatever you do when you're rich and you have power. You get bored. He was probably a child actor, you know, that's the main thing. There's some wood over here. He was probably a child actor. Also, for example, this is similar to an actor coming on stage talking about how the world's about to die. Well, you're just an actor. Shut up. Like, I don't trust actors because they're just people. They're just people that use the credibility of their roles to back up what they're saying, you know? I'm a cool guy because I played that cool guy. No, you're just a dude that plays the cool guy. What are you talking about? You're not a tough guy. You're a person that plays a tough guy. What's happening? Like Robert De Niro. He's just a person that plays a tough guy a lot, to the point where he could play a tough guy on cue, and then you could say, hey, say this word. I don't believe in this. Huh. You know what I mean? Or climate change, or whatever the heck it is. You're not a scientist, but the second an actor starts to show a long video of them flying around the world, picking up the garbage, doing weird studies with their PhDs and their degrees and everything, that they're also a chemical botanist, scientist, then you can start to believe them. But if they're just saying something, using their platform to help people recognize a problem in the world, it's just a problem that you believe it's a problem, that you're not an expert in that category. You know. It's like a passionate person saying that the economy is broken versus an economic scientist and that person. We should go to socialism. Nah, you don't know what you're talking about. Sort of thing. Using your platform for power and using the credibility of your acting roles to validate what you're saying versus just being a rich, weird person that happens to also be an actor. For example, if Johnny Depp were to say a bunch of weird stuff on stage, well, he doesn't really, like, I could imagine him doing some weird stuff because he doesn't really talk all that much. You know, so if he starts saying some weird stuff. Also, Joaquin Phoenix, he's a big old weird activist person, you know? There's a video of him saving a cow baby and talking to people. See, at least you're doing something. I may not agree with what you're doing, but at least you're doing something as opposed to just talking about it. People all over the world are hurting from Problem X. Problem X is everywhere. If we don't address Problem X, the world will die. Please give your money to the foundation. I am rich. Why don't you give your money? Why don't you live in a one-bedroom apartment? See, I don't get that when you have like a super rich I'm not against, I sound like I'm anti-rich people. Thanks. The hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. You have a super rich person kneeling next to a starving kid in a horrible little village that wouldn't cost that much money to improve. Just 25 cents can save these people. Then you'll give them $10,000 and shut up. Give them $30,000 right now, and they'll be good to go. But no, they fly out there and they wave and they say bye. oh, it's so sad. Maybe the people will help. And they leave. But they're doing it to make you feel bad. You see, they're doing it to say, why aren't you giving? Look at this starving child. They're doing it to make you feel bad and to make you give up your money when they could do it. They could do it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't really trust too much of what an actor has to say. Because in the end of it, they really are just actors. And they're paid to act like they care. And then you have the bias due to credibility or perceived credibility. Like a Bill Nye the Science Guy is just an actor. But here's the thing. Just to play devil's advocate, let's say that I was hired to be the host of a science show. And let's say that I had to add material to the show. Like I had to add a segment every week of my own choice from the internet or whatever, of my own research. Well, guess what? I will start to know a little bit about science because I'm giving a speech about science every day. I will stay up to date and current on what's happening, but I wouldn't truly understand it because I'm not a scientist. I would go to school to learn how to understand the data, but I wouldn't be in the process of generating any of my own data. Maybe. I'd learn how to read a science paper, but I'm not making any paper. So you could say that I'm knowledgeable on science if I was the host of a science show for like 20 years. I'm very knowledgeable on science, but which means I'm a good tool to explain something that you want to be explained.
I am the Huntmaster of Black Bear Lodge. You must be here to sign up for the tournament. Very well. I'll add your name to the roll.
So if you have a person that was paid to act like they believe what they're saying, and they're trained in reiterating science content in a believable manner, then you can say, hey, talk about how the whales are all dying. Just act like it's real. Go. Okay, there's the microplastics in the ocean are the small fish, you see. The small fish, and these small fish are organic magnifiers, you see. They end up collecting all the microplastics to make a big tight wad of plastic, and then a big creature will eat all of them, and then you have the whale flesh saturated down to the pore of plastic. Oh no. Okay, so I have to kill the mongrel, a rad toad, and a flim flam. Okay, so I'll move on and kill my creatures I have to kill. So what I just did was, I was kind of multitasking there, but I was playing the whole time. I was collecting wood, because normally it's a kind of a boring romp going around. That's why I played that Terrence Howard thing. Otherwise, I'll just be sitting here. That's when a Molotov cocktail comes in handy. You could tag them all before they kill each other. So that reminded me of Doom for a second. That was very much a Doom moment. Yeah. Dude. I went to scratch my forehead, but I scratched a baby pimple. Oh, painful. All right, moving on. Get this soil holotape. I got my Fallout First allowance. I'm waiting for the next rotation of cosmetics. I kind of like the gift. The pot of gold's pretty awesome, but I think we should have different bags, you know? I think the whole team, if you're on a team, everyone should have different bags. You know, trash bags, goodie bags, loot bags. Alright. Maybe I could play with somebody. Somebody, come on, hello. Somebody. Fallout 1980. Alrighty. You will collect the air sample holotape, you beast. Oh, yeah. So we still have, you know, like 2 weeks or something like that, you know? 2 weeks or so until it's time for Wastelanders. They haven't said anything about pushing the date out, you know? If anything, how about this? If anything, I would be concerned if you pre-ordered your game at a GameStop. You know, like in the olden days when people would pre-order a game and then you wait in line before the store opens up to get your pre-ordered game? What? Remember the olden days? Remember those days? That's not going to happen anymore. Maybe. But now it's the digital thing. You could download your game on PlayStation. I guess. But that takes forever. At least with the physical copy, you, I think you still need to update, but it's not the full game you're downloading. Well, I'm just saying, I don't think the Wastelanders update will be pushed out. It's not like you're buying a game from the store. It's just a digital update. Even if you have the physical copy already. But I would be concerned if you are buying a brand new copy of the game whenever Wastelanders hits and you're trying to get it from the store. Yep, the hard cases are nice. You know, I used to like them a lot. The box was a wonderful thing, especially the instruction manual. And there's some other garbage inside a box usually. Especially when there's like a tin case or some other flim flam going on. Or even a larger box that has a book inside. Those are great. I usually buy those things as gifts for other people. Gifts. Like the Diablo 3 case. It's pretty nice. Oh, I totally thought I was in the fog town. I'll go down to the dog. There's a dog right over here. Hey there, Michael. How's it going? Yeah, there was just mild speculation that it will be pushed out.
Greetings, new follower. Hail.
You know,
Hail.
the launch,
Hail.
because
Hail.
I would imagine that there's less people working inside of the Bethesda building. They sent some of them home because they're working inside of a indoor area. A lot of people sometimes. We saw their photos for the id Software team. A bunch of people working on their games. They probably sent some people home. Doggy. Well, good news, everyone. I'm heading over here to the water hole to get some honey, and while I'm here, I'll get more wood by the lumber mill. I haven't checked to see how much wood I have yet, but you know, I'm still collecting wood. This is a resource stockpiling. That is the episode title. I know I'm using VATS, but it's okay, people. Shoot that swarm of bees. Oh, Misty, you said that GameStop sent an email saying that they'll walk it out to your car? Ooh, boy. Or they'll walk it out to you. Can't come in the store. Oh, boy, that's going to be chaotic. Michael, I don't really stockpile. Well, in other words, I just titled the video like this. It's just a title. Let's just rephrase it. How often do I do dedicated farming runs where I spend a couple hours just getting resources of different variety, like honey? For example, if I wanted to get honey, I'd have to go to Aaron Holt Homestead, Anchor Farm, where I'm at exactly right now, right over here by the North Kanawha Lookout, under this bridge over here, by the Alpine River Cabins, and a couple other spots. And that's a dedicated thing. Or if I want to make a bunch of berry mentats, like 100 and over 100, you know, I will do the large run of Site Alpha up to here, up and around, up through here, over there, you know, and that takes a while. If I want to make a smaller amount, I would always have mentats on me as a reserve, right? So every so often, whenever I do that full run, I end up with excess mentats sometimes, because that takes wild carrot flower and the fire cap and the brain fungus, you know. I end up with excess mentats, so I could easily just go to two spots, the Black Mountain Ordnance Works and Beckwith Farm, to get my firecracker and starlight berry. So I do like a quick version of these things, a quick version and a long version. For the honey, I get honey as I go. I don't really do the honey thing. For the wood, I shouldn't have to worry about too much wood. Sometimes I use my guns more than my tomahawk, and I end up with just 5,000 wood. But sometimes I use up all my wood, and I hit 0. Once I hit 0 something, like for example, if I hit 0 for acid, I'll say, well, I have to do some acid farming. So then it turns into a workshop conquest session where I take over hemlock holes and I go kill a bunch of bears and a bunch of crickets and do all kinds of weird things across the map, where I'm really focusing on getting my resources up. And in the process, I'm getting a bunch of other stuff, when in reality, it was really all about acid. I'll target one resource and get the others in, you know, flux. I don't have to do too much lead harvesting. I get that every single time I farm around the map. I'm getting resources. Because I'm all over the map doing different things, and I'm always like quickly looting everything because it's faster a little bit on PC, I end up with what I need before I need it. Oh, there's not much loot out loot out here in the outside surface of Harper's Ferry, but there's a bit inside the burrows. There's a bunch of phones and everything, and typewriters and fans over here at the National Isolated Radio Array. Over here at West Tech, there's a couple things in the drawers, but there's tons of steel and plastic and stuff like that in their weapons. They have tons of weapons, and it's everywhere. And I get my toxic goo from there. Same thing over here at Huntersville. There's not much, but I get a lot of resources all the time. Sort of. There's a bunch of resources in front of and at the rear of the Big Bend Tunnel. A big pile of it right in front. So as I'm running around, I do these things. If I do it more dedicatedly, I'll introduce more locations, like the Hornwright Estate, which is full of loot. Places like that, but they take longer to kind of go through. You're not really getting XP, whatever. But there's loot everywhere. For example, whenever I go down to Beckley Mine Exhibit, there's a restaurant right there that's full of resources. So as I'm doing this, I end up with mountains and mountains of stuff, because I'm always going for it. But sometimes I'll sit there and read the first two paragraphs of a book from the internet out loud as I make like 500 tomahawks. And I use up all my wood every so often. You see. That happens. And then I end up using up all my tomahawks. But whenever I do that, I don't have to worry about it for a couple days. Okay. But here I am at the lumber mill. This guy has wood. If you click on those robots, you get some wood.
Chop wood, chop wood, chop wood. Please enjoy this.
Yeah. But I don't do it all the time. I just do it sometimes, you know? Sometimes. But in between that, I do... There are different expressions of it, but right now I'm going for a bit of wood. Kind of taking it slow. I'm kind of close to level 760. So, and we have like 2 weeks to go. So I'm trying to avoid just doing a XP farm. I'm trying to go all over the map, getting resources of different kinds, playing it like it's a resource harvesting game today. This is a resource harvesting game. Why are you spitting at me? You're sucking my blood from far away? Stop spitting at me, what the heck? And I also go through all the vendors from time to time, because I make a lot of money, and I spend that money on junk often. I've already purchased all the plans I could buy from all the vendors, all of them. Pretty sure all of them. Now it's just for all that's left is a couple quest-oriented or event-oriented plans. And I spend my money on whatever the vendors in White Spring have to sell me. I do target quite a bit of Nuka-Colas, alcohol, buff psychotats, those sort of things. Because you can't make those. You can build your base here and get your resources up and running on that node there.
Desirable wood product, but has no use for them. Please enjoy this complimentary.
When you click on those robots, they'll give you some wood. Is this person gone? No.
Please enjoy this complimentary sample of wood. Error. Wood inventory depleted. Cannot dispense wood sample.
Good. Multitasking. So now I have all of the produce I need to turn into that robot up north. pretty cheap Molotov cocktails. Okay, let's go all the way up north to Hemlock Holes. If the game never crashed, I would totally do way more workshop defense. You know? You see what kind of games I like? I was playing that Jurassic World game forever. Going around doing all kinds of little routine tasks. As long as they happen quickly and there's no weird loading time in between, I'll play something forever. Or whatever. Every time the game crashes, it kind of resets my flow. Hardcore. Multitasking. I really love that Doom game. Weren't those boss fights awesome? Did y'all see that second boss fight? I know some of you saw the one with the oh man, it's really rough. The guy had like the red axe and his eyes were flashing green. Multiple bosses where the eyes flashed green, but golly, it's ridiculous. I think if you really trained at it for a while, you can make it look pretty easy, where you're timing it perfectly, but the dude was hardly ever making the eyes flash, and all these other enemies were all around me. Ridiculous. But then I understood what to expect. I was really underestimating him for a bit. The final guy with the big goat legs and the two Morningstar flams. That dude, underestimating him. He was really accurate and really quick with those Morningstars. Those mace balls. Zip, 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 zip. And a couple attacks were pretty gnarly. It's really cool, as you saw, that you don't really need a health bar on the enemy as much as just seeing how much flesh they have left on their body. And the whole time I'm just thinking, it's all wonderful preparation for PvP, because PvP in Doom Eternal is asymmetrical, where it's you versus two demons, and those demons are controlled by players. That's pretty awesome. And it's not just two demons, it's a million demons. It's pretty awesome.
Could you get me some
Radstack meat.
Also find Yaogwai meat and Deathclaw.
Shut up.
Oh, I'll be able to make some exotic steaks. Those are some nice-looking Radstag steaks. I just love the sound of raw animal flesh sizzling over a hot flame.
Yeah.
We aren't done yet. The steaks are coming along nicely. I can tell those are prime cuts. But I completely forgot about side dishes. I need you to get some taters for the taters.
On the grill, yeah.
Oh, and if you find some nice-looking taters, I could use some of my famous tato salad. Will pair well with those Radstag steaks.
You done? Are you done?
Try one of our new rocket-propelled golf clubs.
You're done.
It's completely legal on this course.
On this course. Okay, let's go upload that data. I'll come back to retake this workshop. Oh, I don't like these guys. Hurry up. Upload. 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 Up and over. Pour the beer bottles while I can. Alrighty. Good to go, good to go, good to go. I'll do this waltz mission while I can. Trying to multitask a tiny bit before I settle on down and make these tomahawks. See, when I was a cook with the refrigerator backpack, it gave me more to do because I'm going around the map to collect different meat and produce.
Report to the extermination site and aid us in their disposal. That is all.
Signal detected. Activate additional signal sources to initiate extermination protocols.
Alright. Sugar. They have black titanium in there. Suits. Yep. Black titanium gear. Pretty good.
All array components engaged. Activating targeting protocols. Please stand by. Attention. Attention. Temperature spike detected. User support requested.
Back, dude.
Notice to all users. Gear jam detected. Mechanical support ticket issued. Circuit panel failure detected. Bypass requested.
Right on through. Awesome. Right on through. Of everything. Head back on through. Yeah.
Temperature anomaly corrected. Resuming remote connection. Repair detected. Resuming uplink protocols.
Why not?
Component bypass detected. Resuming function.
Why not? It's interesting, you know, in Doom, you're not getting any real XP, I guess, from killing the enemies. It's just you have to kill them to move on.
Signal broadcast active.
And they're in the way.
Target locked. Immediate evacuation
Bad guys
required.
are in the way.
Repeat. Please retreat to a safe distance immediately.
Alright. I'll head right up in here, and I'll see what the vendor has for sale. Right here. Break it all down.
Specified hostiles eliminated. Infestation cleared. Thank you for your participation.
Alrighty. Do the vendoring. I'll sell something. I'll sell something. Take a grape mentat. A New River Red Ale. And Crazy Town. A lot of weapons in there.
Civilization. The Brotherhood and responders together have paid a high price to make that word mean something in Appalachia.
I'm gonna carry all the weapons
Despite all
on
the
me.
changes, farmers have worked the land.
Resell them as I
Learned
need
new
to.
skills, and we've built a new world. And the super mutants threaten all of that. I'm a soldier, a paladin, and I tell you that this is our moment. We will never be stronger, and the super mutants never weaker. If you're thinking in the heat of battle to run, to live to fight another day, know this. There
Know
is no
this.
other day. We win
I don't
here,
like her.
now. Responders and Brotherhood together, or we will die. So look to your left, look to your right. Promise to give your all to protect them,
Nah.
and they will protect you.
Nah.
Make no mistake, this will be the toughest fight of our lives. But we will win, because we're fighting for something. For
Shut
each
up.
other, for our children, for civilization.
What do you know?
Now, let's show these muties what we're made of.
I can't trust her. Her personality is all over the place. Do this for us. Because we can. There is no hope. Because we can. So, let's go kick him. I don't like it. Get out of here. Get out of here. Throw yourself into the pit.
Attention, attention, citizens of Bardia. The stream has been shared. I say again, the stream has been shared.
Yeah.
Stock
Hey there,
up
kind sir.
now while supplies are available.
Getting rid of all the casual grenades, you know, besides the Molotovs.
Requisitions now available.
I can get rid of the buff tats.
If you have supplies to trade, I can be of service.
I can. I don't use them. Daddy-O. A-Tripper.
Ammunition and other
Ionized
supplies
meat.
available here.
Rad-X. Pure right away. All the stim packs.
I am authorized to trade supplies.
Alright, and now I'll purchase
equipment.
whatever I can.
Don't face the wasteland without
So,
the
I'm gonna purchase
proper
all the junk here.
supplies.
I have a lot of money and it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're done here. Okay, I'll move on to a couple other train
Now
stations just for a
trading
second.
for supplies, ammunition.
Just for a moment. Just for a moment. No big deal. Another great Bintat. And alcohol that increases my charisma. And you want.
Vendor not responsible for your safety or the safety of goods purchased.
I'll buy the salt and spices. And the whiskey and vodka and the sugar. And the potato crisps. I call that pre-war food. Adds up.
Get your rating.
And I'll buy all the
supplies
junk if I
here,
could.
or don't.
I'll sell something first if I
don't
could.
Care. Wanna buy some junk?
Half of mine right away. Sold. I said sold. Half of it. I had 400. Just to add up, people.
Stock up here
The
before
goal
your
is to
next
dump
kill.
the vendor's money by selling things and buying things back and forth. A little exchange. And I think this stuff is expensive, but it's all the same rate, so
Please
it doesn't really matter.
don't stab other customers while they
Permanent.
shop.
It's all permanent, you know? Doesn't matter. Okay, cool. I'll head back up to Hemlock Holes. And I'll plant my my acid resources down. Clear it out really quick. Even though it is nighttime, what time is it? If it's dusk, I'm going. Nope, it's done. So let's go back up there. It's been a second. Nah, but there's a player up there, so I can't right now. Been on the White Spring Station. This is part of my daily maneuvers, going through the vendors a tiny bit. Bunch of daily tasks, listed and unlisted, involving the daily events and getting certain resources that I need. Honey and wood and sugar, razor grain flour. I'm doing all that during this session. All of it.
May I be of assistance?
I'm buying all the alcohol. This adds up. Bourbon, dog food, experiment tests, all the alcohol, pre-war food.
Serve and protect.
I don't want cranberry moonshine. It increases my max health and that will kill me. I don't need to buy the Fury because I can make it myself. Bunch of cola.
Service, sir.
Broken beans, more alcohol. Spices. Sugar bombs. It's really cool how I view all this stuff as valuable in some way or another. Before I used to see most of it as junk and a waste of money.
Sir.
Yeah. I'll buy all this. Oh no, I'm out of money. Whoa! I'm out of money, people. What? That's cool.
Serve and protect.
That's cool. I'll dump these. Awesome, 738.
May I be of assistance?
I have to do some crafting here for a second. Alright. Now I'm out of money, but I'll get money again quickly enough. And I think I should move my camp. I've had my camp at the last spot for long enough. Probably sell some frag grenades. How you doing there, Jonathan? This is just something to sell really quick. They're not worth all that much, but I have a lot of all these resources, so it's not that big of a deal. Big old stack of grenades. That's good enough for now. Take another one of these.
May I be of assistance?
Yeah. Not that much money. Fine, I'll get rid of the Molotovs for now.
Sir.
Just for now. I'll get rid of all this meat. Let's sort by spoilage. But I want the blood leaf.
Serve and and protect.
I know I get more money if I cook this stuff, but it's okay.
Serve and protect.
It'll be someone else's happy day, perhaps. Cool.
May I be of assistance?
And now we're done. That was a bit of the back and forth, huh? What do you say? Up and through. Apple. In this suitcase here, I'll drop off some mods or something. And some plans, if I have any. Most of the stuff I don't need. Some of it I'll put back, you know. But these things weigh a quarter pound each. I'm putting them, I'm getting rid of the stuff in the, right here. I should move my camp, you know. Oh! I'm going to, right now. Just slap it out here. Okay, all these bobbleheads. All these serums. Stealth boys still weigh very little. All these eye patches and stuff. Duplicate backpacks. Okay, so I'm gonna move my camp. I'll show you my camp one last time, everybody. One last final tour of my camp. One last tour. All right. This is my camp. It was a fun romp with the trees, but now it's over. It's over. Yay. Shed in the back, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna move my camp. It was nice. I spent a long time refining this place, but now it's all over. Every new camp I create is my favorite camp. At least that's how it should be, right? If it's not, then make it. You have the power to make it be your favorite. I liked my old house because it was, you know, I had this deck. Then make a deck. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, let's make some chems. Right here. Yay. I'm using Chemist under Intelligence and Super Duper under Luck to produce more chems. Hey, catch you later, Misty. You're going to the gym? Gyms are still open these days? Oh my gosh. Healing salve. That's what I'm mainly using. At least what I'm trying to. I have to make. So yep, I have a lot of stuff to make and create. Yeah. 1 second. Fire cap. Carrot flower. Making a list of the stuff I need to do. Alright. Drugs. Done. Done. I'm done. Let's go over here to the alcohol station and make some hard lemonade. I believe I can. Woohoo! 10 vodka and 45 lemonades. Whoa, never mind. 89 vodka. I call this the lemonade I have. Yeah. That's a lot of hard lemonade right there. Where have all the rummy gone? Good. Done. And done. Okay, TommyHawkies.commies. And I'll fix my armor. Light Knight. And fix some weapons. Let's do the armor first. It's been a while. Oh, I missed a piece. I missed a piece down below. Yeah. And armor, gotta break it down. And now I make a lot of these tomahawks here. So I have 2,729 wood after all that. I'm gonna make a certain amount of tomahawks here. Oh boy. Oh yeah. And a bit more. Just a bit more. And just a bit more. There we go. There we go. Drop everything back off. There we go. Make sure we have the tomahawk ready. Perfect. And I'll make some more flares. I need more flares. Yeah. Flares. There you are. Acid, aluminum, plastic, steel. Yeah, I like flares a lot. Yep, done. I have all the ammo I need. So maybe if it comes down to deciding if you should make your weapon prime or not, you should look and see how much flux do you have. If you only have like a couple of that flux that you need to make the ammo, you don't want to do it. But if you have like let's say 20 stacks of, or a stack of 20 cobalt flux, then look and see which weapon requires prime ammo that uses cobalt flux. I think we're good to go here. I think we're good to go. Everything's groovy. $2.99. I'm carrying 1,000,000 weapons on me. Don't know if I like that. I guess I'll drop all these plans back off. And I should pull all this ore back out as well. And process that. Okay. A lot of weight. Yep. A lot of weight. Now let's go smelt that. Somebody was asking, Jackson was asking if the ricochet perk is worth it. Well, if you have the extra points, you might as well invest in it. It's kind of funny because you can hear the twing, twang, twing. It's pretty cool. It makes you feel like you're even more of a tank. If you have the perks and if you have the points and you want to be even more effective, it's a 15% chance to make the bullet bounce back, but it doesn't work against PvP. It doesn't work in PvP, you know. Yeah. All that iron. No problem, Jackson. Well, some good maintenance there all around. My store is selling a big pile of garbage now. I will be moving my camp. All done now. All done.
Greetings, new follower. Hail, 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 and hail.
Hey there, Jos. Furies? Oh my gosh. Another stack of alcohol. Hard lemonade 90. Sure. I'll be very tanky then. And something else, people. I don't want any of those stim packs, though. How about put purified water here, and I'm trying to put something else here in my hot bar, you know. It's important. I'll swap this out with a bit of honey. Okay, I got some noob over here in the audience doing newbie things. Doing newbie things in the audience. I'll point you out. That guy. That guy in the audience talking right now. Besides me. The other one. I'll slap some bubblegum up here just for the laughter and joy and survival. Hail, hail, and hail. This guy in the audience is telling me to do stuff. Hey, do this thing. First of all, you're telling me to do something, and you're in the audience. Get back there in the 5th row and shut up. Secondly, you said go raid somebody. What does that mean? You don't raid things in this game. There's no raiding other players in this game. Does that mean go up to them and start punching them in the back like a freaking loser? Like a loser throwing grenades at people until they fight back? That's fun. That's fun. If you're a jerk, that's fun. You want to be a big loser and just try to initiate combat with a person that's minding their own business at a camp that you cannot damage until they fight back, and you want to like initiate combat in some tricky way and then wreck their base for fun? It's stupid. If the game had survival mode, then yes, but there is no more survival mode. They took it out. They took out survival mode. You could wreck someone's workshop. You could raid someone's workshop. If you meant go raid someone's workshop, that's fine. Go raid someone's workshop, but it's not fine because you're telling me to do things. You don't tell me to do anything. Alright. Serendipity. Ricochet is pretty funny. Pretty funny. It's pretty funny stuff. So I'm gonna go out there, use my tomahawks. Yeah, I think I'll use adrenaline this time. Give adrenaline because I have the AP regen from my hard lemonade. Escape artist is very important. And I'll throw in Marathoner 1. No, I'll throw in Sneak 1. Yeah. Over here, we'll be using whatever weapon I'll be using, so it doesn't really matter. Yes. Nerd Rage. The .com varieties. Yeah. Scrapper. I'll just keep on Weapon Artisan and I'll put Contractor on. Alright. If I'm using Hard Lemonade, I don't need Party Boy because Party Boy does not increase the effectiveness of Hard Lemonade. You dig? Suppressor 2, Tenderizer 1, even though I don't really need that stuff. It's okay. Cola Nut, I'm not using Cola right now. I'll go for Ghoulish 3. And do I have dog food? I feel like I should have a bit of canned dog food. Whoa, I do. 129. Yeah. Yes, people. Yes. 129, yeah. Barbarian blocker. If I'm doing some farming, I guess it's important to get some of that up in here. There we go. Oh, got this. Got this. Got that. Got this. Jose, how do I deal with griefers? They don't exist. Well, you're asking me how do I deal with griefers when you're the one that told me to go grief somebody. They don't really exist unless some scumbag with that mentality thinks it's interesting to go do that, like you, apparently. Apparently. You are a griefer. That's in your mindset. You're asking me how I deal with griefers. They don't really exist. I just walk away from them because they can't really affect you. They can't really affect you in this game. What they could do is they could try to initiate PvP by like trying to get you to, like, I have mutations and they could try to hope that my mutation will hurt them, which will initiate combat, and then they could start wrecking my base or something like that. But that is such a scumbaggy sort of thing. It's immersion breaking to have three people show up trying to initiate PvP when you're not initiating PvP and they're just hopping around trying to shoot things. It's stupid. It's annoying. You just walk away. That's it. Or I change the server. If they're following me, I change the server and I block them. It's not that hard to deal with it. I change the server and I block people. I change the server and I block the people. Yeah. Yeah. Canned corned beef hash, substitute for dog food. If you're to throw a Fallout themed dinner, yes. Canned corned beef hash would be a wonderful substitute for dog food. Because it might as well be. Or Sloppy Joe's a bit intense and it's like a bit sloppy, but the corned beef hash, that's a great one. Great one. Okay, we're good to go. It's time to sleep. Time to sleep. Yeah. 8 known griefers in this house. Yeah, so we'll be doing a lot of stuff coming up. My tomahawks, snaptail reed, razor grain, bloodleaf, more of that. New camp as well. Acid. Somebody hee-ho that you used to know. Gabba gabba hey and a do-si-do. Okay, I have to use the restroom. I'll play the banjo for you. Whatever. The steel guitar. I'll be right back. Hello. We're back. Alrighty. Every 2 hours, gotta stretch them legs. Do some squats. Side straddle hops. Lunges. Flimming and flamming. Okay, so let's go back up here to my hemlock holes. Get my acid. I have a certain number of things I'm trying to do. They take a certain amount of time. You know? Just a little bit. Time. Getting these dogwood trees for a second. I'll curve back down. Kill the Grafton monster. And do everything in between. I'll play some Frank Trask in the background. Kind of weird and quiet right now. I have to make new blueprints for nuclear winter. That's well. Yeah. Echo, 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 echo. Is there an echo? Testing 1, 1, 1, 1. Echo, 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 echo. Blim blam. Yeah. I have an echo. I shouldn't have an echo. Maybe you should reload your stream. Sometimes it's on the client side. I wrote reload question mark. Sometimes it's happened to people before. And then they reload it and it's fine. Reload it, you'll be fine. It'll work. It happens all the time to other people. It's something that happens. So if you reload it, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, I promise. If you reload it, it'll be fine. No echo for me. Alright. Moving on. Let's key more. Pumpkin House Jones. I'm doing a couple things right now. A couple things.
Days like these, I wonder what I'm even carving for. You there? Yes, I remember you. Back in the Maltese, it just so happens I have one day...
Right on time for an audio bug in the game. You hear that? There's no footsteps. There it goes. Doing a couple things here.
So many pumpkins to carve. So little time. You there?
I have so many tasks.
I know you. Welcome
Sure. Here we go. This music is going to be crazy. We'll see. Oh, there's a terrible audio problem here. I have to leave. Ugh. Yeah. Ah, here we are. On the road again. Flimming and flamming. My main goal right now is to get some resource gathering flowing. I'll start with some Camden Park flimflams, okay? Camden Park flimflams. Okay. Say what? Oh yeah. I hope you all watch my Doom gameplay, because that game is cool. It's a little bit disappointing because there's no arcade mode, but I have yet to play the game with cheat codes on. You're supposed to use cheat codes. You unlock the cheat codes as a secret, and then you apply them as modifiers to your gameplay to go back through and do a couple things. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Help. Help. There's zombies. Yeah. Camden Park has a bunch of supplies. Got some rubber in these basketballs, lead right here in these blocks. All kinds of stuff here and there and everywhere. I'm doing these dailies. All these crazy dailies. Yeah. All these crazy dailies.
Come try my contest. ID, Toss, win prize, Mr. Fuzzy tokens. Error, Zack personality not found. Personality module load failure. Default personality initialized. Booth ID, Toss, is operational. Please begin action. Toss, at target. Dross container for prize, Mr. Fuzzy tokens.
Okay. Will do, sir. Right there? Right over here?
Greetings, new follower.
Right here?
Hail, hail, and hail.
Something like that. You happy now? Huh? You happy? Alright, cool. Now I'll just loot a tiny bit more because these dailies are not ready yet for me. I already know where to go. I'm just going to collect a bit of this, you know, it's just some free supplies here and there, just thrown across the ground. They're worth a tiny bit of money, you know. Ain't no big deal. Get some more ticks over here. There's bugs of different variety over here. No more echo, John. Oh yeah. Hail and hail. Greetings. Well met. See you around. Yeah. If you choose a human race in World of Warcraft, you'll be in some woods. The Elven Forest? I don't know. Something like that. You know, take candle. Yeah. All the guards say stuff like, "Hail, well met. See you around." And that's what I'm imitating with the hail thing. Just so you know. Yeah. What time is it for you? And how much toilet paper do you own? Everyone, please tell me how much toilet paper is currently in your physical possession at this time.
I got your hot dogs right here. Hot dogs.
I need to know. I'm running out of t-shirts, let's just say. I got this big black trash bag tied tight with a bunch of old t-shirts. I'm joking. I'm joking. I would never do that. I would never do that. I've gone sockless. You got 6 rolls there, Michael. That's good stuff. 6 rolls. Make sure to use both sides. Single ply, tear it off. You should write a small number on. You should unroll the whole thing, and write a small number on each one. You know. And then use 1 square, and then if it's 2 ply, make it 1 ply. Okay. Make it 1 ply and roll that onto another reel. You're reeling it up onto another reel, and then you use 1 square at a time, obviously, and use both sides. Use both sides. 2 ply. Alright. That 2 ply, y'all. You want that quilted stuff. You have a pack of 9? Well, you need to start rationing. You need to control the toilet paper in your home and put 1 roll out at a time. In fact, you need to maybe if you cut the thing down like halfway, you have your roll like this, right? This is your roll. Cut it like this way. Now you have something thin, like a ribbon. Yes. Yes. Cut it right down the middle. And then down the middle. Like the 2 ply to 1 ply, and then the whole roll, cut it right down in half. You know what I'm talking about? Ration that thing out. Say, we have to. Think about it, people. Are you trying to get really serious? Talk about, like, you know, are you trying to kill me? Say, what? Like, getting really upset and break something. And then pick up a nearest sharp object and start snarling. And then just say, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. And now, are we going to do this? And then they'll do it. Okay? Just don't actually make eye contact with anybody when you hold the sharp object. and don't actually use it. Just kind of act like you're about to. And they will comply. Right down the middle. So here's your square for the week. Like, here are your squares for the week. Do what you have to do. Or you say, here's your monthly allowance. For everybody in your family, you give them a bunch of squares, all lined up, single ply, all lined up, and they're numbered. Right? And you make them use, you can use as much as you want, just make sure you keep track of it in your log. I'll be doing random accountability checks just to see how much you have left. An audit, if you will, and I'll make sure that the numbers line up. Okay, you've used 13 in 2 days. Well, you only have 48 left, so let's see how that works out for you. You know? Like that. You have a log saying, I used 6, I used 2, I used 1, you know? Unit number 48512 was used in bathroom number 5. Right.
Farm is such a happy
Hey Alex, that blue dot, it's eye tracking. It's eye tracking. Alright. I'm moving on. I did my daily here. I'm just moving through to different spots. Alex, that blue thing that you're seeing. So, watch this. This is my mouse. This is my eyeballs. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my gosh. Oh no, here we go. It's my eyeballs.
Oh,
it's the Tobii Eye Tracker 4C. That's right, the Tobii Eye Tracker 4C. Yep, with Tobii, they are the world leader in eye tracking technology. The most advanced eye tracker with head tracking support for certain applications. It's an external peripheral, rated 8 out of 10 with IGN. Flim flam out of everybody else. Why isn't it 5 out of 5? It should be. But anyways, you get it now for all kinds of money. And it comes with some games. Yeah. It's an external peripheral. It attaches to the bottom of my flim flam, and it tracks my actual literal flim flam flesh ball of my eyeballs. Oh my god. Oh my god. It really works. Oh my flim flam. They give you a ponytail and stuff, you know? You get eyebrows and stuff like that. They give you a black shirt. It's awesome.
Greetings, new follower. Hail, 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 and hail.
They give you a black t-shirt, a ponytail, wig. Alright, here we go. We're bouncing right on out of here and moving across the map. Okay, up the river we travel. So right now what I'm doing is I'm collecting snaptail reed, bloodleaf, soot flower, and razor grain, along with other accessories along the way, in the form of nuclear material, lead, flims and flams, an acid, a bobblehead, and a couple magazines. Perhaps. Let's begin. Oh, yeah. Wonderful. Back off. My golf balls! That upsets me so much. I'm gonna knock over my golf balls. Here we go. I'm rolling. So right now I'm collecting things so you can see the relevance of the eye tracker. You can see why the eye tracker is cool. Or whatever. It doesn't click on anything, and it's not my mouse. My mouse is something different. Otherwise, every time I move my eyeballs, I'd be looking around. And it's not doing that. I'm looking around with my mouse. Okay, I should be getting some firecracker and all that. But I have to do this right now. Just for a moment. Right around the corner. Slow it down for 5 seconds. I'll collect some water as I travel along, because to make the razor green flower, I need a bit of water. Uh-huh. Oh wow, John, that's pretty intense. You had a sci-fi story about there's a planet with extreme rationing where you had to log all meals and bowel movements so that they're tracking everything, you know? And if you forgot and came up with a deficit where you left off, it was made up by pieces of you. We track all matter. Where are you? Where did it go? What have you been doing? Where have you expended your calories? It says here that you've taken in 20,000 calories over the past 2 weeks, but you clearly have not gained this much weight. What have you been doing with your physical labor, energy that was provided by the state? You know that the food was provided by the state, therefore, whatever you do with that food, your energy, you know, if you start lifting boulders, that boulder was moved by the state, right? It's like if the government gives you fuel for your car, and then you drive your car around the town, well, that's courtesy of the government. Same way, if you get your food from the government, whatever you do with your physical and mental faculties is vis-a-vis, ergo concordantly, owned by the government and can be reclaimed at any time. It says here that you owe this many tons of manual force. You must now charge the city's batteries in the mines down below. There's a bunch of Morlocks that are paying off their debt by like pulling wheels and like to expend their calories because they went and wasted their calories playing basketball or something. Join the Morlocks down below. You're given 3 apples a day. All I know is that we're living in a fantastic time, if you think about it. It's the year 2020, which is a crazy bananas year. It's pretty psycho crazy. I mean, the year 2000 is pretty crazy as well. But the year 2020 is also pretty crazy. You know? Hey, John. You mentioned before liking the mobster era kind of thing. We're about to hit the roaring 20s. We're in the roaring 20s right now. Doing jitterbugs and stuff in the street. You know what I mean? The roaring 20s. The clock is resetting, you know, with the 20s and on, because then you can say the 50s and so forth. Up until then, you have to say 2002. You don't say 02. It's kind of weird. 08. You say 2018. You don't say 18. But you can say 22. You know what I mean? Or whatever. Back in 23. Right? Yeah. The whole world's changing right now. Dramatically. It's kind of funny if you think about it. Like, if this was a sci-fi book or a novel or something like that, you know? That's how I view reality sometimes. Or usually. Like a well-written book that you don't know the answer to. But on chapter 9, it all makes sense. It might be kind of weird and terrible on chapter 3, but later on it's going to all make sense and it's going to be great. Kind of like what Olaf said in Frozen 2. You know, about once you grow up, everything will make sense. Yeah. But pretty amazing. They've tried to change the world in the past dramatically through crises and everything, but people don't really respond. But this is the best possible thing to control the people immediately. You always have the fear, right, of tanks in the street and kicking down doors and, you know, weird troopers and helicopters and, you know, FEMA camps and weird things here and there. And you're imagining some sort of weird government that starts to gain power slowly and give you rules and everything. But you don't think about it happening overnight. I don't think anybody ever thought about, oh yeah, if you have like some disease, everybody has a casual quarantine, like a voluntary quarantine yourself, please. If you care about the lives of other people, you will quarantine yourself, right? And then they actually the government shut down businesses and say where you can go, how many people you can gather with, no more than 10, you know? And you can't, you know, there's a lot of rules all of a sudden. It just happens. So there's going to be another phase after this. I think it's virtual reality, perhaps. You run a game of gangster skirmish at conventions, 28mm gangster figures in an urban setting using a whole city street that you made. Lots of scale, next to 20 cars. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. I'm going for some firecracker now. It's nighttime. I got my Snaptail Reed just now. That's what I was doing. I got Snaptail Reed and Bloodleaf. That's what I was doing when I was running. I had to talk about something for a second. I had to talk about something. Yeah. Should probably limp him, you know? Oh God, no! He got me. I could just stab him. All right, here we go. Gotta hurry up before nighttime or before the morning hits. Because at morning time, it's really hard to see anything. Super hard. Right now, I'm collecting some firecracker berry, some wild carrot flower, maybe some glowing resin, a bit of vodka, a touch of blood leaf, and then some starlight berry, and fire cap, and brain fungus, so I can make some berry mentats. It's a bunch of stuff I have to collect. So let me just put the. I'll put the. Good basalt on. Steubenville, Ohio. Oh, your granddad went to a speakeasy in your hometown, a nice bar with a dance floor and a guy, lifeguard chair in a suit holding a Thompson machine gun. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Greetings, new follower. Hail, 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 and hail.
Ishmael. Howdy Mac Duty. What it really do? Yo. I have to collect. This is a hardcore farming session, people. For about 4 hours or so. You know what I mean? Because I have many games to rotate through. What I'm doing is I'm about to play a bunch of Fallout all day long. All day. So in order to achieve balance, I have to incorporate other games. You know? Whenever Wastelanders comes out, I'm going to be spending, I don't know how much per day, but most of my waking flims. I'm already doing that, but it's going to be more.
Wait 1 moment.
It's going to be more. So much more. So, in order to achieve balance in the universe, I have to play less right now.
Target
I'm playing
acquired.
Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal
heard
and...
You vault dwellers were trying to save Appalachia. One more bomb should do it. Right on top of Vault 76. Insult package delivered.
Kind of weak right now. Yeah. Yeah, Jurassic World and Doom Eternal. So I really love the PvP in Doom Eternal, people. I really love the PvP in Doom Eternal. Y'all have any questions about the PvP in Doom Eternal? I can answer it now. I believe. To a degree. It's innovative and interesting. Brand new. It's different. It's unique. It's new. It stands alone. It's not just like Unreal Tournament or something. Or Duke Nukem, or Serious Sam or something, or Halo, or Destiny, or a high-speed version of Call of Duty multiplayer where you have zip lines and weird zippity bippity blue bye bay, or Apex. You know, that is a battle royale, but it's more of a first-person shooter, you know, kind of stuff. It's unique. Do you have any questions about the Doom Eternal multiplayer called Battle Mode? Right now I'm collecting wild carrot flower here in the game. Wild carrot flower, a bunch of other stuff. There's a big patch right over here, you see. And there's a bunch up there at the Palace of the Winding Path. I'm getting a bunch of the firecracker berry, but it's really hard to see during daytime. It's really easy to see at nighttime, and the morning's coming. That's the hardest time of the day to find it. This firecracker stuff. Yeah. Okay. Wood pile. Logs. More carrot flower. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. Right on through. Okay, there's more firecracker berry up this hill. That's the sound of me stepping on some. Here we go. Up and over. Well, I'll just tell you about it then. The Doom Eternal multiplayer battle mode, it's asymmetrical. Sort of like the game where you are a murderer monster thing chasing down a bunch of people. There's a couple games like that. Don't know the name of one. Other one's called Evolve Hunting Flim Flam. It's called Evolve or whatever it's called. But that one features a bunch of humans against a monster, you see. But they're all players, but it's asymmetrical. This one, it's a couple monsters controlled by players versus another player. So you have the Doomslayer fighting some demons. 1 second. You have the Doomslayer fighting some demons. Okay, it's all done over here. And those demons can spawn more demons. And they have their unique abilities. But the Doomslayer is the Doomslayer. You could double jump, you could double dash, you could grapple on things, you could use the monkey bars, you could use your chains, your shotgun grappling hook, meat hook thing to pull you around the map. And you could use the jump jets. So you have much more increased mobility and agility versus the creatures. Some of them can teleport though. Some of them can fly and dash around. But that's different. They're still lumbering things. The Doomslayer can heal with the glory kills, whatever they're called. Enemies about to die, they flash a color, you do your little VATS move and you tear them open. They give you life. The Doomslayer can... I'm talking about the Doom Eternal's multiplayer called Battle Mode. The Doomslayer can use a chainsaw to get ammo out of people like a piñata. And can light people on fire with a flamethrower. And if you hurt an enemy on fire, you get armor. So the whole time they're dancing around the map, killing demons, getting life, armor, and ammo out of them at the nick of time, surviving. And the demons are trying to catch up to you the 2-player demons, they're trying to catch up to you to kill you. If either of the player demons kill the Demon Slayer player, the Doom Slayer player, the round is over. So the demons have to kill the Doom Slayer. But if the Doom Slayer kills the demon, it's not over until he kills both of the demons. Not all the additional AI-controlled demons, but the 2 main player-controlled demons. They have to die at the same time. There's a cooldown between the respawn. It will say, demon resurrecting. You know, so you have a brief amount of time to kill both. But it just keeps on going and going and going. For many, many, many minutes. You know what I mean? It just keeps on going. Forever. It's awesome. So, to be skilled at the Doom Eternal multiplayer, the Doom Eternal battle mode, you have to be skilled in the Doom Eternal PvE, which is awesome. You know, because there's many instances in Doom Eternal PvE where there's a million bad guys that pop up, including big bad demons that could wreck you, and you have to be able to move around quickly, get life at the last second. And if you could do all that, you're really hard to kill in the PvP mode. It's awesome. Okay, let's go up here. I'm here for the Starlight Berry and the Fire Cap. And by the time I'm done with this whole session, I'll have over 100 Berry Mentat, which is important for later farming. Whenever I do XP farming and all that, hardcore, I like to find the enemies quickly with Berry Mentats. Here's more honey. Whenever I consume honey, it's 60 AP over time. Alright, right on down the hill we travel. Loggy poo. Yeah, baby. Good. Gotta keep on going. Fire cap. I'm sort of weaving up and down these hills to get what I need. I'm getting wood as well in the process over time. The more you get when you don't need it, you'll have more when you need it. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna curve up and through here. To the right. I'm gonna ignore these bad guys for the most part. Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna do one thing because I'm drinking purified water and I'm eating good doggy. Sorry, I'm eating dog food. With good doggy, it's best if I put on Ghoulish 1 and Rejuvenated 2 because it'll give me a much increased benefit from being well fed or well hydrated. As you see here, I only use this perk whenever I have a lot of food of good quality. But I do have that right now, so I might as well use it. Right here it says well fed, max HP plus 25, disease resistance plus 25%, well hydrated, AP regen plus 25, disease resistance plus 25%. They both give me disease resistance, but with that perk on, right here, is, you know, max HP plus 50. So it gives me plus 25 max HP and plus 10% disease resistance. So I guess 20% total because both of them disease resistance and plus 25 AP regen. And that lasts for a good amount, as long as I maintain that, I'm good to go. So if I have that active, well fed and well hydrated through a good doggy or whatever food I'm eating, they'll give me a well fed status. Not all foods do that, but cooked foods do. I'm drinking purified water, so that gives me the well hydrated. Not all drinks give you the well hydrated status, but they hydrate you, but they don't give you the well hydrated status. Like toxic water doesn't give you well hydrated status, but it does hydrate. So as long as you're good to go, and if you have enough foods and drinks to keep your AP status up and running with your well fed, well hydrated, that plus the hard lemonade, you should be good to go with AP. And if you're able to live within the nerd rage realm, just loads of AP regen. And if you took off adrenaline and put on Marathoner 3, and I'll take off Snake and I'll put on Action Boy 3, then you're good to go. So at this point, I could run forever. And to help me run even more, I have the occasional sugar I'm ingesting. But at this point, I should be fine. Before I had, different perks around. But there's ways to run forever. And that's without using a Nuka Cola, or a Nuka Cherry, a Nuka Quantum, You could just say, just spam a bunch of Quantums. Yeah, that's sort of the easy way. You see, people might make fun of you for not using the better items, but I think the better items are a crutch for noobs. Take that. You should use the weakest thing possible and be as performant as possible. You know what I mean? Be as efficient as possible with the least amount, because you're supposed to train as you fight. You don't always have the good stuff, but if you do have the good stuff and you stockpile it because you're never using it, you see, whenever you do use it, you're good to go for a while and you become godlike. For a bit, right? For a bit, because you're not using the good things as much. I'd rather use whatever I'm using just now. See, dog food is sort of... Hey, Douglas. Yeah, dog food is sort of one of those luxury items, because you have to have a lot and you have to farm it around. But whenever you have a lot, it's not that hard to maintain your dog food stock. You just have to make sure you stop by a couple spots around the map to get more. It's sort of everywhere. People are sort of obsessed with dog food in the wasteland. It's like their main food item, sort of. I don't know. It's a hearty meal. Horse meat, I think. I don't know. But yeah, good to go. In theory. You see my life there. If I'm in the nerd rage zone, meaning if I'm below 20% health, I'll have increased AP regen, which is great. So as long as I'm just running around, I just be in this zone and have my AP not really run out. Mind you, I am using the Scaly Skin mutation, which reduces my max AP by 50, which is a big chunk. Right now, I'm going around here looking for the Snaptail Reed. Yeah, what I just did was I went through the whole field, going up and through for the Starlight Berry, Fire Cap, and maybe some other garbage here and there. And now I'm going back down the river to look for Snaptail Reed. Went back down the river. There's no more Snaptail Reed down that way. I'm right here in the map. I spawned here at Slocum Joe's. I went down, zigzagging back and forth on the train tracks, up and down. And now I'm going to go up the river and down again to this intersection, and then hop to a couple other spots. Earlier, to get the Firecracker Berry, I started at Site Alpha, And I kind of zigzag around, getting a bit of glowing resin along the way, and some wild carrot flower as well. Zigzagging up the hill towards Big Fred's barbecue shack, that's my landmark. I zigzag, boom, and then I go up towards Beckwith Farm, that's my second landmark. And then I go down across the road, up towards sort of this intersection. Sometimes I incorporate this farming area. There's a couple bad guys, a couple Nuka-Colas, a magazine or a bobblehead, and some other flims and flams here for a bit. And there's a couple vendors and a bunch of aluminum through this region, and some beer bottles, and maybe some chems. If I were to, and some extra mods, whatever. If I were to go that direction, it's not a waste. But instead I chose to go this way. It's about what I need overall, and there's stuff kind of everywhere, is what you realize over time. There's stuff everywhere.
Oh, yes.
Hopefully I can make a mountain of what I need. A mountain of berry mentats. Berry mentats are important. I really haven't stated what berry mentats do during this stream yet. You know what they do if you've watched for a bit or if you play the game. Perhaps. Berry mentats provide, it's a chem that provides +5 intelligence. And intelligence, lo and behold, actually helps you. Intelligence gives you more XP. It's like a ratio. I don't know exactly the math behind it, but it is noticeable. Enemies will go from maybe 110 XP to 160 XP, and that adds up, you know. And you could raise it higher as you increase your intelligence. That's why I favor unyielding armor. I didn't know that for a long time, and I was arguing against it actually until I did the testing and I saw it with my own eyes. So berry mentats does that. But if you were to take another drug on top of it, like psychotats, if you were to take psychotats on top of berry mentats, you lose the intelligence buff. But the real reason why you take berry mentats isn't because of the intelligence bonus. That's sort of just like a bonus, right? It's because berry mentats helps you see enemies behind the walls, in the floor, in the ceiling, up and around, everywhere, all around, at a pretty good distance, in a purplish pink cloud. And it lasts for a good amount of time, 5 minutes, maybe. Pretty awesome. That glow of seeing the enemies behind the walls, it's really effective for if you're a stealth build and you're trying to quickly eliminate enemies before they find you. You can see them walking up to a door frame. You can walk around to the other hallway and get them. It's very effective for taking out enemies. Or if you're in the Grafton Still Yard and you're trying to clear out the enemies and you hear them walking around but you can't find them, well, with this you can find them right away. Or if you're in some area, you're trying to see if you left an enemy somewhere when you're clearing a region, you'll find them right away. Or if you're doing workshop defense and there's an enemy stuck in the ground, you'll find them. Or if it says wave 2 out of 3 and it won't continue until you kill the guy, but he's stuck behind a trash can or something, not in the floor, but he's stuck behind something, you'll find him right away. It was great. That's why I want it. It doesn't rot, you know. Foods rot. Drugs don't. They last forever. And then you can sell them if you want to. It's sort of like a high-end luxury item to craft. You see, it's taken me a while to do this whole route here. But I'm also incorporating a bit of snaptail reed in the process for sugar, because sugar doesn't rot either. Yeah, Moving right on down the river. I'll collect some water as I travel. Yeah. Fire cap. A bit more fire cap right over here at the intersection. Sometimes there's more. But that's it for now. Okay. And now I'll move on up to the Tyler County Fairgrounds. And while I'm here, there's also a bit of chemery. There's some chems here and there through the fairgrounds. So I'll swap out a perk just for a second. And there's a couple bushes I'll be plucking as I travel on through. There we go.
Responders, priority alert. Looks like those damn.
I'll take off Serendipity and I'll put on
Force Watch has spotted multiple
Arma
packs,
Pharma.
but the Alpha's whereabouts are unknown. I repeat, Alpha's location is unknown. We need to find and kill that Alpha Wolf ASAP.
Not me.
Take out the smaller packs and draw out that Alpha. Just make sure you bring a lot of bullets. That big Alpha is a heap of trouble.
Okay. I'm gonna drink a, I should have dropped off my goods. Let me take off some of these defensive perks here. And I'll use a carry weight perk or two. Strong back. And pack rat. And sturdy frame 1. There we go. You have to be able to swap out your perks when you need to. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. There it all is. Perfect. Right on through. Let's get in a couple items, because right on down the way. Bobblehead. Explosive. There is a bush right here, but there's no berries on it. Sometimes you'll find the bushes, the bush that you need, but it won't have the produce attached. Let's see. I'm multitasking. All kinds of crazy stuff here. I'll save these beer bottles for later use for Molotov cocktails, even though I sold some earlier. Sure. Oh gosh. Ugh. Golly, people. Golly. Heavens and Murgatroyd. Blim blam. See, one day it won't crash. One day it won't crash, and you could reliably take over workshops. I'm still in the middle of my resource gathering. Let's continue on. Hey, Misty. You crashed my game. You crashed my game. How was the gym? How was the gym? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Huh. I'm getting some resources. I plan on playing for a little bit here and a little bit later on. I want to incorporate my games throughout the day. I wanted to start out with Fallout 76, focusing on getting my berry mentats up and active, and a couple of the resources. Toilet paper.
Forest Watch has spotted multiple packs, but the Alpha's whereabouts are unknown. I repeat, Alpha's location is unknown. We need to find and kill that Alpha Wolf ASAP. Take out the smaller packs and draw out that Alpha. Just make sure you bring a lot of bullets. That big Alpha is a heap of trouble.
Alright. Yeah. Won't forget your kisses, won't forget, yeah. Thank you. Big magazines. Hey Douglas, you're asking me how long it takes to do all my looting? As long as we have. It all depends on what I need. But hours and hours, depending.
Oh, yeah.
I don't do everything on that map. It's just optional. It's just the map just says this is where the stuff is. Where all the stuff is. You know, or the stuff that I care about. I'm here, for example, for the starlight berries. But in the process, I'm getting everything else. So I try to multitask. Or if I'm here to take over the workshop, sometimes I cross the street to loot this place. But sometimes I do my full farming run, which is what I'm doing right now, sort of, for the berry mentats. That takes about hour and a half, 2 hours, or an hour. 45 minutes to 2 hours. I don't know, something. Maybe less. Probably less. It feels like it takes forever. Probably less. I think it takes 2 hours to do a big chunk of my farming. Like to do the, you know how I go down the coast to get the snaptail there, and then I go down to the farm to get the razor grain. All that stuff together to get, and mixed with the honey run, all that together equals 2 hours, I think. And then that lasts for a while. I end up with a big old stack of sugar, a big old stack of honey, a big old stack of berry mentats, and everything else in between. You know, everything in between. Depending. If I choose to. All the stuff over here is all extra, but, you know, it's awesome. I end up getting a lot of what I need. I do have the bobblehead finder perk on and the magazine finder perk on because I'm doing some farming today. I'm trying to stretch up my leveling, you know? Trying to avoid it. I think I'm going to casually level up to 760 right when Wastelanders hits, but I don't want to purposely level up. Break this stuff down really quick. There's a lot of stuff I do across the map. It's all about resource gathering. Like a resource gathering game. So, there's always something else you can do. The map is large enough. There we go. Right across for the berries. Glory kill. There. I'm down the way. A couple more right over here. Alrighty, and now go right on down to Black Mountain Ordnance Works. Yep, Black Mountain. This is a nice dense node to get this stuff. Each spot doesn't take that long. I'm running around as fast as possible. It just takes a certain amount of time. I have to get the razor grain as well. I never grabbed the razor grain. I love my razor grain flour. Okay. Okay, this section's done. I'll move on down to the coal plant. Yeah. Yep. Once I'm done with this resource run, I will end this session. Yep. I'm gonna go as fast as possible, but still it's gonna take time. While I'm here, I can stop by the back of this building. But I'm not going to. There's a couple Nuka-Colas up in there, you know? But not always. I do it whenever I have extra reason to go up there. I don't go inside, I just go through the back, and there's like a handful. There's a up in there, and then there's an office over there. It's okay, I'm just trying to focus here. Bunch of aluminum in there. Some lead. Adhesive. So whenever I come through an area, I'm like a plague of my own kind. Because whenever I'm gone, there's like nothing left over. Whenever I loot things, I generally take most of everything. I leave some things every so often. That's why I like to be in a public server from time to time. Because if I leave something, I feel okay. I know that somebody else could pick it up. On a private server, you really are just wasting your time not picking something up. Alright, we're done with the Starlight Berry portion. I could go further and collect some throughout the Charleston region, but that's kind of excessive. So I'm going to quickly go up here to Silva and Buildings Homestead just for a moment to collect some resources over yonder. Perhaps some magazines and a bobblehead, some acid, but really for the razor grain. And then I'll be moving on to the Palace's Winding Path to get the wild carrot flower, and then to a tunnel or two to collect some brain fungus. I need a lot of brain fungus. I need enough brain fungus to make a mountain of mentats, and like I said, I want more mentats than berry mentats or whatever. I want a lot of mentats so that I could have some excess. So that in the future, I don't have to do the full route. I can do the partial route. I'm sure I already have a mountain of mentats, so this is, I pay it for it. Every time I make some extra mentats, that means that next time I make some extra, I have even more extra. I don't need the corn as much. Don't need the corn. I'm not making corn soup. Right now I'm a carnivore. It's helpful to hydrate and feed. I don't think it provides the well-fed status. Getting a bunch of garbage around here. With that chlorine is acid. Chlorine. Fertilizer. Bag of chlorine. Yes, it's acid. 3 acid each. It's called bag of chlorine, not chlorine. Okay, I'll be curving on through. Drop my stuff off right here. Somebody else lives out here. Right over here. I'll be stopping by the house as well. Magazine. As I said. Break it all down. I said break it all down. Right up and around over here. There's a house. A couple items in it. That right here. There's a magazine here sometimes. And a bobblehead upstairs sometimes. But there's nuclear material right over there in that board game. Board games give you nuclear material. Yeah. Alrighty. There's some produce right over here. There we go. Get rid of these weapons while I can. This armor while I can. I want to pile up. It becomes a task, an annoying task to dig through a big pile of things, so I try to get rid of it whenever I get the opportunity. Getting some loot as I'm running on by. More, there's another board game under that table there for more nuclear material. There's a little car right here in his hand for some screws and lead. I'll go back down the coastline, get some water, and head back down to Billings. And every time I go to a new server, I can stop back up there by Prickett's Fort to get more wood. I'll be doing that before I leave this session. Okay. I'll be curving back up, down, and around. It looks like there's more snap tail here for me, which is wonderful. This is sugar. Because I'm not always using hard lemonade. I'm not always in Nerd Rage Zone. You know, I'm not always on a, in the Lone Wanderer land for more AP regen. I'm not always using Marathoner or Action Boy, so I have to have more AP every so often. So having a combination of sugar and honey and canned coffee and Nuka-Colas and all that other garbage, and gumdrops, and there's many things you could eat, consume to give you more AP. It's nice to have more options. And it's not that hard. It's sort of hard. It takes time. Going down the coast, but I think it's vaguely immersive doing this sort of thing. Calming. Sort of. It's really worth it. Really worth it. Okay. I'm already at the cemetery. Once I go down to the Ohio River Adventures, I'll cross the road and I'll collect some soot flower as I go back down to Billings, because I have this blood leaf here, and blood leaf and soot flower, and I think some boiled water equals a healing salve, which I prefer over stim packs. Stim packs have a slower animation. I sell my stim packs, plus it gives me something to sell. Stim packs give you a decent amount of caps at the vendor, so. That hard lemonade, yo. There we go. There's plastic in those life preservers. Right on down. There's some ghouls over here. Hail, Paul. And hail. I'm just doing some resource gathering, as you can see by the title of the stream. Yep, about to cross the road. I'll knock this over. Eight days.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Say what? No way. Hey, Paul. How many rolls of toilet paper do you currently own? Turn that 2-ply into 1. It'd be good to go. Toilet paper. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. 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 And hail. You know, I realize that high all looks just like hail. That's right, Paul. For just $5 a month, you can become a supporter of the stream. Yeah. If you know what I mean. Okay, now I'm crossing the river, or I'm crossing the road to curve back down to Billings Homestead. I'm collecting some garbage along the way. I'll be collecting some soot flower along the way. Iron deposit, soot flower. Here we go. Let me put this beer bottle flim flam away for now. Those radioactive seeds. So those pumpkin, I think it's going to be very important to it's gonna be pretty important to maybe stockpile upon some pumpkin grenades because they do extra radiation damage, and that'll be good against raiders. That, and like I said before, the gamma guns and radium rifles. I think I have at least one decent radium rifle. I need to find another gamma gun. I've been getting rid of them. Yep. It's gonna be important, people. And there'll probably be new mods for the gamma guns and radium rifles. Because there's gonna be new mods for the other weapons. I'm not on the private test server. This is all speculation. That's why I chose to not be on the private test server, so I would be free to speculate. Otherwise, I couldn't even make up things that might come if I'm already playing the thing. Then it's not speculation at all. Yeah. Oh no. 440 days, Julie. Oh yeah. Right on through. Okay, now I'm getting the razor grain. Yeah. Thank you for the happy face. What do y'all think of that Jurassic World game? I've been streaming. Here's the razor grain. This wild crop anybody can pluck. It's not first come, first serve. But crops that you plant are first come, first serve. So if someone can go to your camp and pluck it before you get the chance to pluck it. No. You like it, Julie? Yeah. I like it a lot. I keep redefining the park over time. I just got accustomed to that better view. See, I think it's going to be... It's all good training. It's all good training for whenever I start a new island. So I could know what I'm doing from the get-go. I've learned a lot about what the game's really about. It's about... they'll give you a contract to... We need a flim-flam dinosaur with a defense rating of 302. Do it. You know, so your goal is to produce that dinosaur with the highest viability. You're focusing on viability. And then sometimes they want a dinosaur with a combat rating, so that dinosaur has to specifically kill other dinosaurs. Or sometimes you might have a super duper aggressive dinosaur. And in my opinion, if you don't give that dinosaur something to chew on in the form of a Gallimimus or another version of a Mimus dinosaur, a little ostrich thing, then it'll go crazy and start breaking free. So I produce dinosaurs for that reason. You have to focus on the visibility of your dinosaurs, concessions. Hotels equals more guests and guest navigation around the park, along with, of course, power. And the occasional storm will knock out the power, and the power generators themselves go offline. Whenever that happens, more dinosaurs break free. You have ranger vehicles on the ground that can go around to repair things. You give them a task list. You have a helicopter in the air that could tranquilize dinosaurs that have broken free. You could sell them at that point. Alright, moving on up to the Palace of the Winding Path.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Trying to do some stickers, Paul? I don't know if the sticker commands work. You might have to hit the button. I don't know. And I also want to play the game enough so that I could appreciate getting the future updates. There's a couple updates. There's like the 1993 Jurassic Park. That sounds really fun. It's probably going to have characters that pop up that talk to you all the time, like Dennis Nedry and whatever his name was that Samuel Jackson played, and John Hammond. And of course, you're going to have Ian Malcolm, Gennaro the lawyer. You're going to have all of them, maybe even Tim and Lex. Maybe even Tim and Lex. Okay. Say what? No way. Yeah. Boom, boom. Gross. Yeah. Well, that's about it for this location. There's some stuff inside of here. I know we don't go for it, you know. But we're here. I don't need this stuff, really. I don't need it. And I don't need to go inside. So now I'm going down to the Svendingo Cave just for a second. I ate a bunch of brain fungus. I'll be stopping by 2 locations. I'll be going halfway through this tunnel, just collecting as much brain fungus as possible. And then I'll be going down to the Big Bend tunnel, which involves a bit of combat. A bit of combat, people. Doing what I can. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's other games that are like that building game I was playing. There's like Prison Simulator and City Skylines, but they don't have that cool theme to it. But sometimes they do. But I think the Jurassic thing really... The fact that it's dinosaurs, it's not like some fake thing. It's aliens, and they have alien creatures popping out. But these are like real creatures. There's like a scientific element to it. It's a dinosaur simulator. More than a park simulator, it's a dinosaur habitat simulator where you can see how that creature would have hunted that other creature. Sometimes you watch a National a National Geographic special where you see dinosaurs and they're fighting each other for 3 seconds. But here you could set it up and make him look a certain way, and you know, he's walking around and he's doing stuff in between all that. You can watch him take a nap. It's crazy. Yeah. Okay. I don't want the big guy to see me. Don't want him to see me. He's gonna kill me. Power attack. Yeah. Marlet King way down there. The game in a stealthy sort of manner. Yeah. Okay. Out of my way. Need a lot of brain fungus, y'all. Yeah. Hail, Jose. And hail. Getting some brain fung ass over here. Doing my thing.
Attention citizens, nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Juan, you're asking where you could find a bunch of Crimson Flux? Well, right over here, if you look under your notes area, well, you don't have it probably, but in the Enclave you can find these documents. Right over here. Like I said, I didn't want to fight that guy because my build's kind of weird right now for farming. But yes, Crimson Flux, Cobalt Muldoon's spectrum analysis results. So if you bomb an area that has Cranberry, Firecap, Wild Gourd Blossom, Brain Fungus, Blight, Aster, it'll turn into Crimson. So there's a bunch of brain fungus all throughout this area. It's all throughout the area, okay? All right? And as you saw there, the cranberry as well. It's not any cranberry, but the good cranberry. Most of cranberry is diseased. You want the cranberry. So inside the Creekside Sunday Grove, there's a bunch of cranberry, and there's brain fungus all around. So anywhere over here is fine. There's brain fungus all around here as well. So you just have to know, look at the thing, okay? You know where the plants are, you go bomb the spot and you get it. That's where you get the Crimson Flux from. Yeah. Trying to avoid fighting that dude. Here we go. We're here for the brain fungus. But that sheet I showed you, you get that from the Enclave, from the archive room, the arsenal, the armory, in the military wing. You'll find these sheets around the room, and it tells you what flux turns, or what flora turns into what flux when exposed to radiation or to a nuke zone. And then you go around the map and you bomb that area, and you try to get creative with it. Try to get creative with it, using your knowledge of where the plants are around the world. Do what you gotta do. Yes, Cal, this is Fendingo Cave. I'm only here for a bit of brain fungus. My build's all wonky just for farming, so I'm not in any defensive state. I'm trying to get the fungus. Or you could hope that the Scorched Beast Queen drops a random flux that you need, and keep on farming that over and over again. There is a bit of Crimson Flux out there. Can I take out the Scorched Beast Queen in one hit? No, not in my current build. That's all you care about, loser. Yeah. Alright. Keep on going. To and froing. This way. Rapid Mac loot. Yeah, the General Pacific, or Georgia Pacific, you know, those guys, they're making all kinds of money because this plague with the toilet paper situation. Yeah. 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 Jose, I never farm the queen. I think it's lame. I think it's lame to lust after how much damage can you do to that static target. You could stack your build to do all kinds of crazy damage, and then that's all you're doing, and you can't really play the game. Okay. I got my brain fungus, sort of. I want to process what I have before I do any gameplay. I should get a bit more brain fungus from the tunnel. I don't really want to do this mission here.
Attention, attention, citizens of Guardia. The stream has been shared. I say again, the stream has been shared. Attention, attention, citizens of Guardia. The stream has been shared. I say again, the stream has been shared.
Yeah. Yep. So here we are. This is a nice resource node, and a bunch of brain fungus is inside. Drop up what I got. Swap my build back over. Sneaky poo. Boom. Boom. The word operative, blah, blah, blah. It's nighttime, right? Nope, not for much longer. I'll swap up this weapon here with the instigating fixer thingy. 86 rounds of 45. Give me some more 45, please. That's good enough. Alright. That's not good. That is not good at all. We have a problem here. Uh-huh. Well, we got a problem. Let's drop off some of these weapons, huh? All the grenades in the world, huh? Until they hit some sort of wall. I have a bunch of weapons to break down as well. I'll drop off whatever I can. Go from there. I am holding a remarkable number of weapons, aren't I? Alright, cool. And now, what do we have? Loaded candy claws. I'll use the fixer. Fixer. Tomahawk. There we go. And I no longer need hard lemonade. I'll drink anything else. Some beer. I don't need fury. Some comics, maybe. Sure. Go from there. And I'll take a couple of dick dolls. And I'll be good to go. Oh, oh, oh. Here we go. And one more thing. I don't think I'm gonna die, so I'll put on Class Freak because I'm gonna be shooting a bit. Kinda rough. See, in a place like this, the oh boy. In a place like this, Berry Test really helps. Alright. Yeah. Like I said, there's a big, dense resource node outside of each of these tunnels. I'm going in here for the brain fungus and for the resources outside, like you see me collecting it right before your very eyes. Yeah. The explosive stuff kind of makes it fly around. You have to shoot those cans of dog food under the bed to get access to them. So I will be stopping the stream once I'm sort of done with this tunnel, just so you know. I'm moving on to Doom Eternal or Jurassic World. Probably Doom Eternal. I'm trying to beat the storyline, you know? Jurassic World is more of a luxury. I'll go play that game for many, many hours and never stop. So it's best if I do that one at the very end. Yep, so next to be Doom Eternal. I'm trying to make my way through that storyline and do a bit more multiplayer battle mode practice. I'll drop it all off again. Hail, Roman, and hail. How's it going? Drop off these beer bottles. And we enter the tunnel. Halfway through the tunnel, I'll be processing everything I picked up. Yep. I'm gonna have to cook the garbage outside. I have to cook the razor grain with water, turn it into flour. Yeah. Brain fungus for days and days. Hey, catch you later, Misty. Have a great day. What? Who are you shooting at, pal? Really is a lot of brain fungus. Oh, the game crashed! I guess I have enough. Okay, at this point I have enough, so once I enter the game again, once it reloads, I will be turning everything I picked up into resources. And then the stream will be over. We'll crash like 3 times this session. 3 times? I don't know. Something crazy. Something crazy indeed. Yeah. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. What? Oh, there's an Atomic Shop update. The greatest hits. Free items, including scrap and repair kits. Today, look into the future photo pose mode. Tomorrow, today the scrap kits for free today. Doors and garbage. The Raider. I already have that backpack. I like it a lot. Uh-huh. Oh, the skull totems are off. The clown outfit is cheaper. Alright, people. Good thing the game crashed. If maybe you think the crashing has anything to do with the update of the goods? We get this photo pose, and they want us to start using scrap kits. Look, a free scrap kit. Crazy town. I don't have the skull totems. This is probably important to have because I already have the other totems, so it'll add to my flim flam. Boop and doop, boop and doop. What do we got? Kind of buggy. The Raider Flim Flam. We got the mini Deathclaw statue. 40 repair kits. That's for noobs, people. The Wild Appalachia bundle. That's kind of garbage. Kind of garbage. Nope. This is half off for the basic power armor paint set. I guess it's important to get this comic rack. It's kind of off, but I don't need it. This stuff is vaulting. Alright. Let's enter this world, and I'll do what I have to do to finish up this session. Make sure to claim your free scrap kits. Yeah, probably at 10 a.m. I'll be doing the Doom Eternal session. Moving on with this with the storyline, super hard storyline, but it's fun and it's good training. It's good training. It's good brain training, I think. Hand-eye coordination. All right, I'm heading to a water hole somewhere to do some cooking. Yeah. Okay, sure. I'll get some water from right over here. Really quick. So right now I need a ton of water. A ton. Going until the song is over. All right. But now, let's do what we gotta do. Gotta boil the water, make some raised grain flour, produce that sugar. Doing it right now. 614 dirty water.
We'll be here for a bit. I think I should read a book to you. Yeah. I'm gonna read a book to you. This is The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. It's copyright free. I'll be reading this to you while I do this thing, okay? Here it is. Okay, here we go. The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. We were going directly to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. In short, the period was so far like the present period that some of the noisiest authorities insisted on its being received for good or for evil in the superlative degree of comparison only. There was a king with a large jaw and a queen with a plain face on the throne of England. There were a king with a large jaw and a queen with a fair face on the throne of France. In both countries, it was clearer than crystal to the lords of the state, preserves of loaves and fishes, that things in general were settled forever. This book is terrible. Charles Dickens. Bad book. It's a bad book. It was the year of our Lord, 1775. Spiritual revelations were conceded to England at the favored period, as at this. Miss Southcott had recently attained her 25th blessed birthday. 25th? Get out of here. Of whom a prophetic private in the Life Guards had heralded the sublime appearance by announcing that arrangements were made for the swallowing up of London and Westminster. Even the messages, as the spirits of this very year last past, supernaturally deficient in originality, rapped out theirs. Mere messages in the earthly order of events had lately come to the English crown and people from a Congress of British subjects in America, which, strange to relate, have proved more important to the human race, I'll tell you what, than any communications it received through any of the chickens of the Cock Lane brood. This book is terrible. Alright, I'm making some razor grain flour now. France, less favored on the whole as to matters spiritual, and her sister of the shield and trident rolled up with exceeding smoothness downhill, making paper money and spending it. Under the guidance of her Christian pastors, she entertained herself, besides with such humane achievements as sentencing a youth to have his hands cut off, his tongue torn out with pincers, his body burned alive. Because he had not kneeled down in the rain to do honor to a dirty procession of monks which passed within his view. Alexa, stop. At a distance of some 50 or 60 yards. It is likely enough that, rooted in the woods of France and Norway, there were growing trees when that sufferer was put to death, already marked by the woodman. Fate to come down and be sawn into boards. Sugar. To make a certain movable framework with a sack and a knife in it. Terrible in history. It is likely enough that in the rough outhouses of some tillers of the heavy lands adjacent to Paris, there were sheltered from the weather that very day rude carts, bespattered with rustic mire, snuffed about by pigs and roosted in by poultry, which the farmer, Death, had already set apart to be his tumbrils of the revolution. But that woodman and that farmer, though they work unceasingly, work silently, and no one heard them as they went about with muffled tread. The rather, for as much as to entertain any suspicion that they were awake was to be atheistical and traitorous. In England, there was scarcely an amount of order and protection to justify much national boasting, you see. During burglaries by armed men and highway robberies took place in the capital itself every night. Okay. Families were publicly cautioned not to go out of town without removing their furniture to upholsterers' warehouses for security. The highwayman in the dock was a city tradesman in the light. And being recognized and challenged by his fellow tradesmen, whom he stopped in his character of the captain, gallantly shot him through the head and rode away. Alright, well, I made my sugar, and I made my razor grain flour. Let's go back up to my camp and produce what I need. I have to make my chemicals, my berry mentets, and then I'll be done with this session. What do you say? I was reading to you A Tale of Two Cities while I was cooking, because it was taking too long. I had to cook. I had to process 600 dirty water and a couple hundred razor grain. You know what I mean? A bunch of sugar. So we are. Session's about to end here. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll be doing some Doom Eternal coming up next. Alright, so up we go. Process what we can. Bing, bang, boom. And drugs, berry mentats. Here we go. Remember, I have just a couple. I'm about to have a lot. From a couple to a lot. Let's go. Rain fungus, firecracker berry, mentats, and starlight berries, producing what I need. +5 intelligence and highlights living trackers for 5 minutes, increasing thirst. Why not? And mentats, let's go. Like to have an excess number of mentats. Yeah. Process all the fire cap into mentats. Yep. And the rest will go over to berry mentats. Yeah. For days and days. So let's see how many I'll be producing. And that took a bunch of hours, you know, to get everything, but now I'm a little bit stronger than before. A mountain of AP producing foods, some wood, some yes. I'm producing double the amount here because of Chemist.
So boring.
Okay, now for a bit of healing salves. Yeah. And the Chemist perk helps me produce double the amount. So you see over here it says ×4 for the diluted right away and diluted stim packs. It's a very important perk. It only costs 1 point under Intelligence Chemist. You produce double the amount. So I'm making some healing cells. A lot. A lot. And getting rid of all my stim packs. Yay. Then I'll make some Radix diluted. Because if I accidentally use the Radix, I'll lose my mutations for a bit. I will make some Radaway diluted. Because I'll keep getting rid of the pure Radaways. Of course. Let's see if I can make some vodka. I have some glowing resin. I don't know. I think I just used up all of my, yeah, I used up all of my razor grain just a second ago, so I can't make any vodka. That's okay. Fury. Blood pack. Glowing blood pack. The cool thing is you have these healing salves from different origins, like the Savage Divide or Forest. It all creates the same healing salve in the end. It all adds to the same stack. Yeah. So now I have how many berry mentats? Yeah, so for sugar, I have 189. Razor grain flour is what I really want to use because I'd rather use the sugar in the creation of lemonade, perhaps. Razor grain flour, I have a mountain of that. Now, 76, that's good enough. Bubblegum, blah, 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 beer. I'll put berry mentats on. 167, I think. Yep. That's a lot. See? A whole lot. Now I'm good to go. Yay. Fully good to go for next time. Next time we'll do some action, huh? Class freak, blah, blah, blah. Serendipity. Good to go. Sneak. Covert operative. Goodbye. Hey, yo, Scott. I'm about to end the session right about now, just so you know. Yep. Done. So thank you for watching. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Yeah. Yep. All done. So catch you later. I'll be live with some Doom Eternal coming up next. I know you want to see that garbage. I know you want to see Doom Eternal. I know you want to see the Doom Eternal awesome, amazing, awesome gameplay. Make sure that you watch it on HD. Turn your HD on because otherwise it's 2K like to really make out what's happening, okay? Yeah. And I'll be doing some PvP as well in Doom. It's a really unique, innovative, brand new PvP style involving asymmetrical one Doomslayer versus 2 demons controlled by players. They can spawn demons. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'll be live in just a bit, I guess, around 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, okay? So goodbye. And goodbye. Vortex, Vortex, and Vortex. Make sure to check out the Atomic Shop for the free items. Goodbye. And check out the Gooboberti Collective Facebook group if you want a copy of my farming map. I'll show it to you. I should probably pin it again. Let's make sure I pin up that map. Otherwise, it's too hard to find. Pinned. Pinned? I'll share it to the same group again. My resource collection map. Yeah, repinned. Repinned. There we go. So come on down and check it out. Yeah. What do you know? Done. Goodbye. Vortex, Vortex.